Welcome, wanderers of the spirit world, to the complete chronicle of the forgotten avatars, those bridge builders between worlds whose names have been lost to time, but whose wisdom echoes through eternity. Tonight we journey beyond the known cycle of Aang, Roku, Kyoshi, and Kuruk, into the misty realm of ancient incarnations whose stories have been whispered only in the deepest meditation chambers and sacred texts. These are the avatars of legend, of prehistory, of ages when the world was young and the barrier between physical and spirit realms was gossamer thin. So settle into comfort, let your breathing slow, and drift with us through 10,000 years of forgotten heroism, sacrifice, and the eternal struggle to maintain balance in an ever-changing world. In the time before time, when the world was young and the boundaries between realms were gossamer threads that spirits crossed as easily as morning mist drifts through meadows, there lived a man whose name would echo through 10,000 years of reincarnation, though few would remember the humble thief who began the greatest cycle in existence. One was his name, though he had been born to no title or prophecy, raised in the shadow of a lion turtle's protective shell among thousands of other humans who knew nothing of the vast world that stretched beyond their floating city in the endless wilds. The lion turtles had been humanity's guardians since the first spirits had grown too dangerous for mortal flesh to withstand, their massive shells serving as islands of safety in a world where every shadow might conceal predators that could devour souls as easily as bodies. Each great creature bore a city upon its back, housing thousands who lived their entire lives without ever setting foot upon true ground, their existence measured by the steady rhythm of their protectors' breathing and the gentle sway that marked their passage through territories too perilous for human habitation. One's lion turtle was the keeper of fire, its ancient wisdom having mastered the element of passion and energy since before humans had learned to speak in more than grunts and gestures. The creature's gift was both blessing and burden to those who received it, for while fire could cook food and drive away the creatures of darkness, it could also consume everything a person cherished, if wielded without proper respect for its destructive potential. The elders who governed the city understood this balance, restricting access to firebending to those who had proven themselves worthy through years of service and demonstrations of character. But one had never been content with restriction or patient progression through established hierarchies, his spirit too restless for the careful deliberation that marked city governance, and too curious about the world beyond their protective barriers to accept that some knowledge was too dangerous for him to possess. He had grown up among the desperate poor who inhabited the city's lowest levels, where food was scarce and opportunities for advancement were rarer still, where children learned early that survival depended more on cleverness and determination than on following rules that seemed designed to keep them permanently disadvantaged. The hunt that would change everything began as simple necessity rather than grand rebellion, one joining with his friends in their usual expedition beyond the lion turtle's protective boundaries to gather food that their official rations could never provide in sufficient quantities. The elders permitted these journeys because they understood that starvation was a greater threat to city stability than the occasional loss of hunters to spirit attacks, but they maintained strict prohibitions against carrying fire into the spirit wilds, knowing that the element's presence would attract attention from beings whose anger could threaten everyone aboard their floating sanctuary. The Show brothers who accompanied Wan on that fateful morning were as desperate as he was, their families suffering from the same grinding poverty that made authorized food distribution inadequate for maintaining health and strength. They had made countless such expeditions before, learning to move through the forest with stealth that minimized their exposure to hostile spirits while maximizing their opportunities to find sustenance that could keep their loved ones alive for another few days or weeks. But this hunt would be different, for they had discovered a grove where spirit fruits grew in abundance. their glowing surfaces promising nutrition that could feed entire families for months if they could harvest sufficient quantities before the location's guardians became aware of their presence. The spiritual energy that emanated from these plants made them both precious and dangerous, their consumption by humans requiring careful preparation to avoid poisoning, while their harvest needed to be completed before the protective spirits returned from whatever business had drawn them away from their usual vigilance. The temptation to request firebending for this expedition was overwhelming, for the element would provide protection against the grove's minor guardian spirits while enabling them to preserve their harvest through cooking that would eliminate the toxins that made raw spirit fruit dangerous for human consumption. One's decision to approach the firebending masters was born from desperation rather than criminal intent. His family's hunger, making the risk of punishment seem acceptable when weighed against the certainty of slow starvation that awaited if they could not find new sources of food. The masters who granted his request were moved by compassion rather than naivety, their own memories of poverty making them sympathetic to the plight of families struggling to survive on inadequate official provisions. They knew that lending fire to unauthorized expeditions violated city law, but they also understood that laws meant to protect everyone could become instruments of oppression when applied without consideration for individual circumstances that made compliance impossible rather than merely difficult. The ceremony that transferred firebending abilities to Juan was brief but profound, the element flowing into his consciousness like liquid sunlight, while his body adapted to contain energies that could either create or destroy, depending upon the wisdom and restraint with which they were wielded. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced, power that seemed to emanate from his very soul, while responding to emotional states that he had never needed to control so precisely before this moment. The expedition into the spirit wilds proceeded according to plan initially, Juan's newfound abilities providing exactly the protection and utility that the mission required, while his friends gathered spirit fruits with efficiency that promised to solve their family's immediate nutritional needs. The fire that danced at his command drove away the minor spirits that would normally have made such harvesting impossible, while the heat he could generate enabled preservation techniques that would keep their bounty fresh during the journey back to the Lion Turtle City. But their success attracted attention from spirits whose power exceeded anything the hunters had prepared to face. Ancient beings whose territorial instincts were triggered by the presence of human fire in their sacred grove. The attack that followed was swift and terrible, Juan's companions falling to spiritual assaults that his element could not counter, while he found himself forced to choose between abandoning his friends to certain death or using his fire in ways that would certainly attract even more dangerous attention to their location. The choice he made in that desperate moment revealed character that even he had not known he possessed. His determination to protect others overriding concern for his own safety, while his fire blazed with intensity that drew upon reserves of courage and compassion that transformed mere survival instinct into something approaching heroism. The spirits that fled before his assault were not defeated but temporarily deterred, their retreat providing just enough time for him to gather his wounded friends and begin the desperate flight back toward their city's protection. The return journey became a running battle as news of their presence spread through the spirit network that connected all conscious beings in the wilds, each mile bringing new attacks from creatures whose motivations ranged from territorial defense to simple hunger for human life force. Juan's fire provided their only protection during this gauntlet of supernatural hostility, his element serving purposes for which it had never been intended, while his understanding of its capabilities expanded through necessity rather than formal instruction. The discovery that awaited them upon reaching the lion turtle's shell was worse than any spirit attack they had faced in the wilds. for the city's authorities had learned of their unauthorized expedition and prepared punishments that would serve as warnings to anyone else who might consider violating the laws that maintained order and safety within their Raiden community. The firebending masters who had granted one's request faced exile for their compassionate violation of regulations, while the hunters themselves were scheduled for permanent banishment to the spirit wilds, where survival was considered impossible for ordinary humans. The trial that preceded their banishment was conducted with formal solemnity that emphasized the seriousness of laws designed to protect everyone from the consequences that individual violations could create for the entire community. The elders who pronounced judgment did so with genuine regret, understanding that necessity rather than malice had motivated the crimes, while recognizing that exceptions to essential rules would inevitably lead to chaos that could threaten thousands of lives that depended upon strict adherence to policies developed through centuries of hard experience. One's acceptance of his sentence was marked by dignity rather than defiance, his understanding of the authorities' position, preventing resentment, even as he faced exile that seemed certain to end in death within days or weeks of leaving the city's protection. The fire that he would carry into banishment was both curse and blessing, providing capabilities that might enable survival, while also ensuring that he would attract attention from spirits whose hostility toward human presence in their domain was absolute and implacable. The descent from the lion turtle's shell to the forest floor marked one's transition from protected citizen to lone wanderer in a world that had never been meant for human habitation. His first steps onto soil that pulsed with spiritual energy, creating sensations that were both terrifying and exhilarating. The fire within him responded to this alien environment with fluctuations that reflected his emotional state, its flames growing brighter with determination, while dimming when fear or despair threatened to overwhelm his resolve to survive despite impossible odds. The spirits he encountered during his first days of exile were unlike the minor entities that inhabited the edges of human territory, their forms shifting between states of matter, while their consciousness operated according to principles that defied everything he had learned about how intelligent beings should behave. Some regarded him with curiosity rather than hostility, their interest in his fire creating opportunities for communication that transcended language barriers, while establishing relationships that served mutual benefit rather than simple exploitation. The cat deer spirit, who became his first ally in the wilds, was drawn by the warmth that his element provided against the spiritual cold that permeated their shared territory, her companionship offering protection against predators, while his fire drove away the darkness dwellers, who threatened her safety during vulnerable feeding periods. Their partnership demonstrated that cooperation between human and spirit was possible when approached with respect and mutual benefit, rather than domination and exploitation. But other encounters were less harmonious. One's presence in territories that had been spirit exclusive for millennia, triggering defensive responses that nearly cost him his life on multiple occasions. The lessons he learned from these conflicts were harsh but essential, teaching him that survival in the spirit wilds required understanding of motivations and behaviors that operated according to entirely different principles than those governing human social interaction. The grove where he eventually established his first semi-permanent shelter had been abandoned by its original inhabitants following some catastrophe that left the spiritual ecosystem damaged but not completely destroyed. Its weakened guardians, unable to exclude a determined human whose fire provided both protection and healing for plant life that had been withering without proper tending. His cultivation of this space created the first human-spirit cooperative community, demonstrating possibilities that neither species had previously imagined might be achievable. The months that followed were marked by gradual expansion of one's understanding about the spirit world's true nature, his daily interactions with beings whose existence had been legendary in human settlements, revealing complexities and depths that no second-hand account could have conveyed adequately. He learned to see spirits as individuals rather than simply as categories of dangerous or beneficial entities, recognizing personality traits and emotional needs that made meaningful relationships possible, despite vast differences in origin and fundamental nature. The meditation practices that one developed during his extended isolation drew upon techniques he had observed among the city's spiritual leaders, while adapting them to circumstances that required different approaches to achieving inner balance and elemental control. His firebending evolved beyond simple manipulation of flames to encompass understanding of the element's relationship to life force and spiritual energy, transformations that were only possible through direct experience of how fire interacted with the spirit realm's unique properties. The discovery of other elements within his growing spiritual awareness came gradually and almost imperceptibly. His extended exposure to the spirit world's fundamental energies, awakening capabilities that had been dormant during his previous life among purely human communities. Earth responded to his touch when his fire had burned long enough to forge spiritual connections with the ground beneath his feet, while air began moving, according to his intentions, when his meditation reached depths that dissolved barriers between internal and external consciousness. The first time water answered his call marked a transformation that went beyond elemental mastery to encompass fundamental changes in how his spirit related to the physical and metaphysical worlds around him. The sensation of controlling all four elements simultaneously was both exhilarating and terrifying, power flowing through his consciousness that seemed capable of reshaping reality itself while demanding wisdom and restraint that he was still struggling to develop through trial and error. The Great Light Spirit, who appeared during one of one's deepest meditations, introduced herself as Rava, her presence carrying authority and benevolence that made him understand immediately that he was in the presence of forces that operated on cosmic rather than merely local scales. Her explanation of the eternal struggle between light and darkness provided context for his experiences, while revealing responsibilities that extended far beyond his personal survival to encompass the fundamental balance upon which all existence depended. Rava's description of her ancient conflict with Vatu, the dark spirit whose release would bring 10,000 years of darkness to both human and spirit worlds, transformed one's understanding of his situation from personal exile to cosmic calling that would determine the fate of every conscious being in existence. The weight of this knowledge was almost unbearable, his human mind struggling to comprehend stakes that exceeded anything his previous experience had prepared him to evaluate or address. The bond that formed between Wan and Rava transcended normal categories of partnership or alliance to encompass fusion that created something entirely new in the history of both species, their consciousness merging during moments of extreme need, while maintaining separate identities that could operate independently when circumstances permitted. This relationship became the template for what would eventually develop into the Avatar cycle. Though neither participant initially understood the full implications of their spiritual innovation, the approach of harmonic convergence created urgency that transformed their philosophical discussions into practical preparation for battles that would determine whether light or darkness would dominate the next 10,000 years of existence. One's training during this period pushed his elemental abilities beyond anything that had been achieved by purely human or purely spiritual practitioners, his mastery encompassing techniques that drew upon both mortal determination and cosmic power to achieve results that neither could accomplish alone. Vatu's escape from his spiritual prison marked the beginning of conflicts that would test every aspect of one's character and abilities, while determining whether his unprecedented fusion with Rava could provide sufficient power to contain forces that had been building toward this confrontation for millennia. The dark spirit's influence immediately began spreading chaos throughout both human and spirit territories, his liberation creating ripple effects that threatened to undo the fragile stability that had maintained some measure of peace between the realms. The battles that followed were unlike anything that had occurred in recorded history. One's avatar state providing him with power that could reshape landscapes, while Vatu's darkness countered with corruption that turned natural forces against themselves and their usual functions. Mountains cracked, and rivers ran backward, while the very air became poisonous to breathe, reality itself warping under the pressure of conflicting energies that were never meant to operate at such intensity within the physical world. The final confrontation between Avatar and Dark Spirit took place at the spiritual nexus, where the boundaries between all realms were thinnest, their battle threatening to tear holes in existence itself, while determining whether the next era would be characterized by growth and harmony or decay and eternal conflict. One's victory required sacrifices that went beyond physical injury to encompass spiritual transformations that would influence every subsequent Avatar incarnation. His fusion with Rava becoming permanent, while his individual consciousness became the first link in a chain that would stretch across millennia. The decision to separate human and spirit worlds following Vatu's defeat was made with deep regret, but absolute necessity. One's experience having shown him that coexistence was currently impossible without constant conflict that served neither species' genuine interests. The great portals that had allowed free movement between realms were sealed through Avatar power that would maintain their closure until the next harmonic convergence provided opportunities for reunion under hopefully more favorable circumstances. The loneliness that one experienced during his remaining years as the first Avatar was profound and unique. His role as bridge between worlds, requiring him to remain partially separate from both, while serving as guardian and guide for communities that could never fully understand the cosmic forces that he had learned to channel. His death, when it finally came, was both ending and beginning, his individual life concluding, while the Avatar spirit prepared for the endless cycle of reincarnation that would carry his mission forward through ages, yet unimagined. The legacy that one established through his choices and sacrifices would influence every subsequent Avatar, while providing the spiritual foundation that made their continued existence possible across thousands of years and countless incarnations. His story becoming legend that inspired while warning of the prices that cosmic responsibility demanded from those who accepted the burden of maintaining balance in an eternally changing universe. In the generations that followed Wan's death and rebirth into the endless cycle of reincarnation, the world trembled with the growing pains of a cosmos learning to accommodate the Avatar spirit's presence within mortal flesh, each incarnation discovering that the bridge between worlds carried responsibilities that no single lifetime could fully comprehend or master completely. These primordial avatars walked through ages when the separation between human and spirit realms was still fresh and raw, when the portals one had sealed leaked energy that transformed landscapes overnight, when the very concept of nations remained fluid and experimental, rather than the established order that later centuries would take for granted. Avatar Salai emerged from the scattered Fire Nation settlements during the third incarnation, her spirit blazing into consciousness, just as the remnants of humanity's fire-bearing communities struggled to establish permanent homes upon ground that still pulsed with residual spiritual energy from the Great Separation. The lion turtles had departed into distant waters, leaving their former passengers to create new forms of civilization from fragmented memories and desperate innovation. Their attempts at agriculture and architecture, hampered by land that responded unpredictably to human presence and intention. The dragons, who still roamed freely through skies unburdened by human cities, became Salai's first teachers in the deeper mysteries of fire, their ancient wisdom predating even the lion turtle's gift of elemental power to humanity. These magnificent beings had witnessed one's transformation and understood the cosmic significance of the Avatar cycle. Their decision to share knowledge with his successor, marking the first formal alliance between the reborn Avatar spirit and the world's original firebending masters, whose techniques encompass subtleties that pure human innovation could never have discovered independently. Salai's communion with the dragon spirits revealed fire's true nature as the element of life and passion rather than mere destruction, her understanding deepening through experiences that took her consciousness into realms where flame existed as pure concept rather than physical phenomenon. The heat that she learned to generate could warm entire communities through harsh winters, while the light she could summon drove away darkness spirits who still crossed over from their sealed realm to terrorize settlements that lacked adequate spiritual protection. The proto-fire nation that took shape under her guidance was unlike the militaristic empire that would emerge in later centuries. Its communities organized around principles of mutual warmth and shared illumination rather than conquest and domination. Salai's teachings emphasized fire as a gift to be shared rather than a weapon to be wielded, her influence creating cultural foundations that would persist for generations before being gradually corrupted by leaders who saw elemental mastery as a tool for acquiring power over others rather than serving the common good. The great forges that Salai established during her lifetime became centers of innovation that advanced human technology while maintaining spiritual harmony with the forces being manipulated, their designs incorporating both practical engineering and sacred geometry that honored fire's dual nature as creative and destructive force. The metalworking techniques developed in these facilities would influence weapon and tool creation for centuries, while the architectural principles she established created building methods that could withstand both natural disasters and spiritual attacks that still occasionally breached the barriers between realms. The volcanic eruption that marked Salai's greatest challenge as Avatar came not from natural geological processes, but from a trapped fire spirit, whose imprisonment beneath the mountain had been slowly poisoning the spiritual landscape for decades following the Great Separation. Her descent into the Earth's molten depths required Avatar state power that had never been tested at such temperatures and pressures, while her negotiation with the angry spirit demanded diplomatic skills that bridged the gap between human pragmatism and spiritual pride that had been wounded by enforced exile from the surface world. The release of the imprisoned fire spirit created short-term devastation that tested every community within 100 miles. But the long-term benefits of resolving this spiritual corruption would influence the region's development for centuries. The volcanic soil that resulted from the controlled eruption became the foundation for agricultural abundance that supported larger populations, while the spiritual cleansing eliminated sources of corruption that had been slowly spreading through underground networks toward other settlements. Salai's death during her 73rd year was marked by the appearance of dragons who had not been seen by humans for generations, their presence at her funeral pyre creating a light that was visible across the entire Fire Nation territory, while the flames they breathed transformed her physical remains into essences that would enrich the spiritual atmosphere for décades. The reincarnation that followed carried forward her innovations, while adapting them to new circumstances and challenges that the growing complexity of human civilization continued to create. Avatar Chen's awakening in the Earth Kingdom came during a period when the scattered Earth-dwelling communities faced extinction from the Great Bajamol Migration. Massive creatures, whose spiritual connection to underground networks had been disrupted by the realm's separation, driving them to seek new territories with a desperation that made them dangerous to any humans who stood in their path. The earthbending cities that had been carved from cliffsides and mountaintops provided some protection, but the tunnel systems that connected these settlements were exactly the spaces that the displaced Bajamols needed for their survival. Chen's childhood among the cliff dwellers had taught him to read stone's moods and intentions, his earthbending developing through intimate contact with living rock that responded to emotional states as much as conscious direction. The techniques he learned from human masters were supplemented by meditation sessions spent in direct contact with mountain consciousness, his awareness expanding to encompass geological processes that operated on timescales that dwarfed human experience, while influencing every aspect of how Earth-based communities could develop sustainably. The first Earthbending Academy that Chen established was built not through force or excavation, but through cooperation with the mountain itself. His avatar abilities, enabling communication with the geological consciousness that determined how stone would respond to human presence and modification. The chambers and corridors that took shape under his guidance were formed through Earth's willing participation, rather than imposed through elemental dominance, creating spaces that remained stable for centuries, while maintaining harmony with natural processes that continued around and through them. Chen's approach to teaching earthbending emphasized partnership with the element rather than mastery over it, his students learning to sense stone's natural inclinations before attempting to direct its movement according to their intentions. This philosophy created earthbenders, whose techniques were more sustainable and less spiritually draining than methods that relied purely on imposed will, while their deep connection to their element made them more sensitive to geological changes that could affect community safety and planning. The Great Bajamol Migration that tested Chen's avatar abilities required negotiations that encompassed both practical concerns about territory and spiritual issues related to the disruption of underground networks that had connected earthbending communities across vast distances. The solution he developed involved creating new tunnel systems that served both human transportation needs and Bajamol habitat requirements. His avatar state power, enabling excavation on a scale that individual earthbenders could never have accomplished even working in coordination. The underground highways that resulted from this cooperation became the foundation for Earth Kingdom unity, connecting isolated communities through passages that were maintained jointly by human earthbenders and Bajamol communities whose partnership created security and efficiency that neither species could have achieved independently. These tunnels also served as refuges during the spiritual storms that still occasionally swept across the surface world when barriers between realms weakened temporarily under cosmic pressures. Chen's establishment of formal earthbending instruction created the first systematic approach to elemental education, his methods combining traditional human teaching techniques with lessons learned from Bajamol partners whose understanding of Earth encompassed subtleties that purely human experience could never have discovered. The curriculum he developed balanced practical skills needed for daily life with spiritual practices that maintained healthy relationships between earthbenders and their element, preventing the kind of exploitation that could lead to geological instability or spiritual corruption. The stone tablets on which Chen recorded his teachings became the foundation for Earth Kingdom. Legal and educational systems, their contents covering everything from basic earthbending techniques to complex theories about the relationship between individual consciousness and geological forces. These records were carved using earthbending methods that made them virtually indestructible while remaining readable across centuries. their preservation ensuring that future generations could benefit from hard-won wisdom about sustainable development and spiritual balance. Chen's death came peacefully during his 87th year, his consciousness merging with mountain awareness that had been his spiritual home throughout his avatar lifetime. The earthbending masters who witnessed his passing reported that the stone itself seemed to sing in harmonious frequencies that resonated through tunnel networks across the entire Earth Kingdom, while new mineral formations appeared overnight in locations that had been significant to his teaching and development as Avatar. Avatar Nayeli's birth among the air-dwelling communities came during the Sky Dancer era, when the proto-air nomads had not yet settled into the four great temples, but instead lived as nomadic communities that followed wind patterns and seasonal changes across mountain ranges that offered adequate elevation for their spiritual practices and lifestyle requirements. The flying bison, who served as their partners in aerial exploration, were wilder and more independent than their descendants would become. Their relationships with human airbenders based on mutual respect and shared adventure, rather than the deeper bonds that would develop through centuries of closer cooperation. The winds that responded to Nayeli's unconscious airbending from her earliest childhood carried messages across vast distances, her element serving as communication network that connected scattered, nomadic communities who might otherwise have lost contact with each other across the challenging terrain they traversed during their seasonal migrations. Her ability to ride air currents that other airbenders found too turbulent or unpredictable made her valuable as scout and messenger, while her spiritual sensitivity enabled her to detect weather changes that could affect entire communities' safety and travel plans. Nayeli's first encounters with the great sky temples that would eventually become permanent. Air nomad settlements revealed ancient architecture that predated human civilization. Their construction, clearly the work of spiritual beings, whose understanding of aerodynamics and sacred geometry exceeded anything that mortal minds could have conceived without supernatural assistance. The decision to establish permanent communities in these locations required extensive negotiations with the air spirits, who still claimed them as sacred sites, diplomatic efforts that tested Nayeli's growing avatar abilities, while establishing precedents for human-spirit cooperation. The wind maps that Nayeli created during her lifetime became essential resources for air-dwelling communities, their detailed information about seasonal patterns and spiritual influences, enabling more efficient travel, while avoiding atmospheric disturbances that could prove fatal to even experienced airbenders and their flying bison partners. These charts incorporated both meteorological data and spiritual intelligence about which air currents were influenced by friendly spirits versus those that carried hostile intentions toward human travelers. The first sky treaty that Nayeli negotiated between human communities and the original flying bison herds established protocols that would govern their partnership for centuries. The agreement covering everything from breeding practices that maintained genetic diversity to territorial arrangements that provided adequate space for both species' needs. The spiritual bonds that were formalized through these negotiations created connections that transcended simple utility to encompass genuine friendship and mutual protection that would prove essential during future crises. Nayeli's development of advanced airbending techniques that utilized high-altitude conditions enabled her to explore atmospheric layers that were inaccessible to earthbound beings. Her journeys into the upper reaches of the sky, revealing spiritual phenomena that existed only in spaces where the physical and spirit worlds intersected most closely. The knowledge she gained from these expeditions influenced air nomads' spiritual practices while providing practical information about weather patterns that affected agriculture and travel throughout the known world. The great storm that tested Nayeli's avatar abilities was not a natural weather event, but a spiritual manifestation of conflict between air entities whose territorial disputes had been escalating since the realm separation disrupted traditional boundaries and relationships. Her intervention required Avatar state power that could influence atmospheric conditions across entire continents, while her diplomatic skills had to bridge differences between beings whose consciousness operated according to principles that were alien to human understanding. The resolution of this spiritual conflict created the stable weather patterns that would characterize the air nomad regions for centuries, eliminating the chaotic atmospheric conditions that had made permanent settlement difficult while establishing spiritual agreements that prevented similar disruptions from recurring. The ceremonies that Nayeli developed to maintain these agreements became central elements of air nomad religious practice, their performance ensuring continued cooperation between human communities and the air spirits who shared their elevated territories. Nayeli's teachings about the spiritual dimensions of airbending emphasized the element's role as messenger and mediator, her philosophy influencing generations of air nomads who would see their abilities as tools for communication and understanding rather than weapons for combat or tools for domination. This peaceful approach to elemental mastery created cultural values that would persist even through periods when other nations adopted more aggressive philosophies about the relationship between bending and power. The meditation techniques that Nayeli developed for achieving spiritual flight enabled airbenders to transcend physical limitations through direct connection with air's essential nature, their consciousness merging temporarily with wind patterns that carried them beyond normal human experience into realms where individual identity dissolved into universal awareness. These practices required careful supervision and gradual development to prevent practitioners from losing their connection to physical existence permanently. Nayeli's death occurred during one of her transcendental meditation sessions, her consciousness ascending into atmospheric layers where individual identity merged with cosmic air patterns that connected all existence. The airbenders who found her body reported that it remained surrounded by gentle breezes that carried flower petals from every elevation of the mountain, while her flying bison companion refused to leave her side until the reincarnation process was complete and the new avatar had been located among the water-dwelling communities. Avatar Amak's birth among the water tribes came during the Great Ice Age, when advancing glaciers threatened to crush the scattered polar communities beneath ice formations that grew with supernatural speed and thickness, their expansion driven not by natural climate patterns, but by spiritual influences that had been disrupted during the realm separation. The water dwellers who had established settlements around thermal vents and protected harbors found their very survival threatened by ice that seemed to possess malevolent intelligence in its relentless advance toward their Phazon territories. The waterbending techniques that Amak learned during his childhood were focused primarily on ice manipulation and thermal regulation, skills that were essential for survival in conditions where liquid water was precious and difficult to maintain, while the ability to generate heat through waterbending could mean the difference between life and death during the brutal storms that swept across frozen landscapes with increasing frequency and intensity. Amak's connection to water's deeper spiritual nature revealed that the advancing ice was not merely responding to climate change, but was being driven by ice spirits who had been displaced from their traditional territories. In the spirit realm, their presence in the physical world, creating imbalances that affected temperature and precipitation patterns across the entire planet. The solution to this crisis required avatar intervention that could address both practical and spiritual dimensions of the problem simultaneously. The journey to the spiritual source of the ice expansion took Amak into frozen wastelands that had never been explored by human travelers, territories where the barriers between physical and spirit realms were so thin that reality itself became fluid and unpredictable. His avatar abilities enabled survival in conditions that would have killed ordinary humans within hours, while his growing understanding of water's role as mediator between states of matter provided keys to negotiating with entities whose existence spanned multiple forms of being. The great ice spirit, whose displacement had triggered the supernatural winter, proved to be not malevolent but desperate, her exile from the spirit realm having created conditions that threatened her very existence, while her attempts to survive in the physical world caused devastation that she could not control or prevent. Amak's intervention required creating new spiritual territories within the physical realm that could support displaced entities while minimizing their impact on human communities and natural processes. The thermal oases that Amak established through avatar power became centers of water tribe civilization, their artificial heat sources creating pockets of livable conditions within the greater ice age, while serving as negotiation centers where human and spirit needs could be balanced through ongoing diplomatic efforts. These settlements also became training grounds where waterbenders learned advanced techniques that incorporated both human innovation and spiritual wisdom shared by their ice spirit allies. Amak's development of healing arts that utilized water's spiritual properties, in addition to its physical characteristics, created medical techniques that could address both bodily injuries and spiritual ailments that conventional treatment methods could not affect. His understanding of water's role as life carrier enabled treatments that worked at cellular levels, while his spiritual sensitivity allowed diagnosis of problems that existed in the connections between consciousness and physical form. The tribal unity that emerged under Amak's guidance created the first water tribe confederations, scattered communities, learning to coordinate their activities and share resources through networks that spanned vast distances across frozen territories. The ice roads that connected these settlements were maintained through waterbending techniques that created transportation infrastructure capable of supporting trade and communication despite harsh environmental conditions. Amak's establishment of the first ice libraries preserved water tribe oral traditions in crystalline formations that could survive indefinitely while remaining accessible to future generations who possessed adequate waterbending skills to retrieve the information stored within their frozen matrices. These archives became repositories for accumulated knowledge about survival techniques, spiritual practices, and historical events that would otherwise have been lost during the cultural disruptions that followed major environmental changes. The spiritual practices that Amak developed for maintaining harmony between human communities and the ice spirits who shared their territories became fundamental elements of water tribe religion, ceremonial observances that ensured continued cooperation while preventing the kind of territorial conflicts that could trigger another supernatural ice age. These rituals also served as training methods that helped young waterbenders develop the spiritual sensitivity needed for advanced techniques. Amak's death during his 91st year was accompanied by the gradual retreat of the supernatural ice formations, the spiritual agreements he had negotiated, ensuring that the Ice Age's end would occur slowly enough to allow communities and ecosystems time to adapt to changing conditions. The aurora phenomena that marked his passing created lights that were visible from both poles simultaneously, while the ice spirits who had become allies performed ceremonies that honored his role in enabling their survival within the physical realm. The reincarnation cycle that continued from these primordial avatars carried forward accumulated wisdom about cooperation between human and spirit communities, while adapting to increasingly complex challenges as the four nations developed distinct cultures and political systems. Each incarnation built upon previous achievements, while facing unique problems that required new approaches to the eternal task of maintaining balance between worlds that remain separated but interconnected through the avatars, consciousness, and influence. In the age when the world itself was still learning the rhythms of its own existence, when mountains shifted like sleeping giants and oceans rose and fell, according to tides that answered to cosmic forces, rather than lunar cycles, there came avatars whose very names have become synonymous with the impossible, beings who stood against threats so vast and primordial that their victories literally shaped the physical realm that all subsequent generations would inherit as the natural order of existence. Avatar Jafar awakened to his cosmic calling during the Century of Fire, when the father of all volcanoes stirred beneath the central continent with rumblings that preceded an eruption capable of covering the entire world in ash and molten stone. His consciousness emerging from 10,000 years of slumber, triggered by spiritual imbalances that had been building since the realm separation, disrupted the deep Earth's connection to stabilizing forces in the spirit world. The magnitude of this threat exceeded anything that individual nations could address through conventional means, requiring Avatar intervention on a scale that would test the very foundations of what the bridge between worlds was meant to accomplish. The Fire Nation settlements that existed during Jafar's lifetime were scattered communities built around smaller volcanic vents, their inhabitants having learned to harness geothermal energy while maintaining careful balance with the temperamental earth spirits who governed underground forces that could shift from beneficial to catastrophic with little warning. These early firebenders understood their element's connection to the planet's molten core, their techniques drawing upon depths of power that later generations would never access due to the spiritual barriers that would eventually separate surface dwellers from the primordial forces that moved beneath their feet. Jafar's journey to the father of all volcanoes required passage through territories where the Earth's crust had grown thin enough to allow direct observation of the molten rivers that flowed like blood through the planet's spiritual anatomy. Landscapes where reality itself wavered between solid and liquid states, while the air shimmered with heat that could kill ordinary humans within minutes of exposure. His avatar abilities provided protection against these extreme conditions, while his growing understanding of fire's deepest nature enabled him to communicate with entities whose consciousness was composed of pure elemental energy rather than the mixed spiritual, physical awareness that characterized surface-dwelling beings. The descent into the volcano's heart was a journey through layers of existence that predated the current world's formation, chambers where time moved according to geological rather than biological rhythms, while space expanded and contracted according to the pressure variations that governed molten rock's behavior under cosmic stress. Each level deeper revealed aspects of fire that had been hidden from surface understanding. The element's role as mediator between solid earth and gaseous atmosphere, becoming clear through direct exposure to its function in the planet's essential processes. The father of all volcanoes proved to be not malevolent but confused, his ancient consciousness struggling to process changes that had occurred during his millennia of sleep, while the spiritual disruptions caused by realm separation created pain that he could only express through the geological violence that threatened to destroy everything living on the planet's surface. His awakening had been triggered not by natural cycles but by the accumulation of spiritual imbalances that required resolution before stability could be restored to the deep Earth's fundamental processes. The negotiation that Jafar conducted within the volcano's molten heart required avatar state power that drew upon fire's cosmic significance rather than merely its physical manifestations, his consciousness merging temporarily with elemental forces that existed on planetary scales while maintaining enough individual identity to serve as bridge between the ancient volcano spirit and the surface world that would suffer from his uncontrolled awakening. The diplomatic skills needed for this conversation went beyond normal human understanding to encompass communication with intelligence that measured time in geological epochs rather than mortal lifespans. The solution that emerged from these deep earth negotiations involved creating new spiritual channels that could safely discharge the volcanic pressure that had been building for millennia, pathways that would distribute the father of all volcanoes' energy across multiple smaller vents rather than releasing it through the single catastrophic eruption that his confusion had been preparing. This approach required avatar power that could reshape underground geological structures while maintaining spiritual harmony with entities whose cooperation was essential for long-term stability. The network of controlled volcanic vents that Jafar established during this intervention became the foundation for Fire Nation expansion and development, their geothermal energy providing power sources that would support larger communities, while their spiritual significance created sacred sites where firebenders could develop deeper connections to their element's cosmic role. These locations also served as monitoring stations where future avatars could maintain awareness of deep Earth conditions that might threaten surface stability if left unattended for extended periods. The sealing ritual that Jafar performed to ensure the father of all volcanoes would return to beneficial sleep required sacrifices that went beyond physical endurance to encompass permanent changes in his spiritual structure, his avatar consciousness becoming partially integrated with deep earth forces in ways that would influence every subsequent firebending incarnation's connection to volcanic energy. The price of this cosmic intervention was measured not in years lost from his lifespan, but in aspects of human experience that he could never again access normally due to his enhanced connection to elemental forces that operated beyond mortal comprehension. Jafar's death came not through old age or battle, but through voluntary merger with the volcanic networks he had created, his consciousness becoming part of the monitoring systems that would warn future avatars if deep earth imbalances ever again threatened surface stability. The reincarnation that followed carried forward his geological wisdom while adapting to new challenges that the expanding human civilizations continued to create through their growing impact on spiritual and natural environments. Avatar Kira's emergence among the Earth Kingdom communities came during the Great Separation, when tectonic forces beyond normal geological understanding threatened to split the central continent into fragments that would drift apart until the scattered land masses could no longer support the cultural and economic connections that had been developing between different earthbending communities. The spiritual causes of this continental drift were rooted in deep earth trauma that had been inflicted during previous cosmic conflicts, wounds in the planet's consciousness that had been festering for centuries before finally manifesting as physical instability that threatened to reshape geography permanently. The earthbending cities that existed during Kira's lifetime were marvels of integration between human architecture and natural stone formations, their builders having learned to work with mountain consciousness rather than imposing designs that ignored geological preferences and spiritual sensitivities. These communities were connected through tunnel networks that served not only transportation and communication functions, but also as spiritual conduits that maintained harmony between surface activities and the deep earth processes that governed regional stability and long-term sustainability. Kira's childhood among the mountain-dwelling communities had taught her to perceive stone as living entity rather than mere building material, her earthbending developing through meditation practices that merged her consciousness with geological awareness that encompassed both immediate local conditions and vast planetary processes that influenced everything from weather patterns to the movement of underground water systems. Her techniques drew upon Earth's memory of its own formation, enabling manipulation of stone at molecular levels while maintaining respect for the spiritual forces that govern mineral consciousness and geological evolution. The first signs of continental drift manifested as subtle changes in tunnel alignment and cave structure that only the most sensitive earthbenders could detect, hairline cracks appearing in formations that had been stable for millennia, while underground chambers began shifting in ways that disrupted the spiritual networks connecting different communities across vast distances. These initial symptoms suggested problems that went far beyond surface-level geological instability to encompass fundamental disruptions in the planet's spiritual anatomy that could only be addressed through avatar intervention at unprecedented scales. Kira's investigation of these disturbances required journeys to the planet's deepest accessible chambers, caverns where the barriers between Earth's physical and spiritual aspects were so thin that consciousness could directly interface with geological processes while maintaining enough individual identity to analyze problems and develop solutions that serve both planetary and human needs. Her avatar abilities enabled survival in conditions where pressure and spiritual intensity would have overwhelmed ordinary human awareness, while providing access to information that existed only in the planet's core consciousness. The source of continental drift proved to be ancient wounds inflicted during the original realm separation, spiritual trauma that had been slowly spreading through Earth's deep structures like spiritual infection, while weakening the bonds that held major landmasses together against the cosmic forces that constantly sought to reshape planetary geography according to patterns that served spiritual rather than biological requirements. The healing that these wounds required involved avatar power that could operate at geological scales while addressing spiritual damage that had been accumulating for millennia. The great working that Kira performed to halt continental drift required her consciousness to merge with Earth's planetary awareness while maintaining enough individual identity to direct healing energies that operated at scales that dwarfed human comprehension. Her avatar state drawing upon accumulated Earth wisdom from all previous incarnations, while channeling power that could literally hold continents together against forces that measured strength in terms of tectonic pressure and geological time. The effort required spiritual stamina that pushed avatar abilities beyond their normal limits while demanding perfect coordination between human will and planetary consciousness. The network of spiritual anchors that Kira established during this intervention created permanent connections between major landmasses that would prevent future continental drift while serving as monitoring systems that could detect geological instability before it reached crisis levels. These spiritual structures operated partially in the physical realm and partially in Earth's consciousness, their maintenance requiring ongoing cooperation between avatar power and the planet's own self-healing capabilities that had been enhanced through their cosmic partnership. The mountain ranges that rose during Kira's great working were not accidental byproducts of tectonic manipulation, but carefully designed geographical features that served multiple functions, their placement creating natural barriers that would influence weather patterns, while their spiritual significance established sacred sites where earthbenders could develop deeper connections to their element's planetary role. These formations also served as distribution points for the spiritual energy that maintained continental stability, their peaks functioning as broadcasting stations that kept geological networks synchronized across vast distances. Kira's establishment of the first earthquake prediction systems utilized earthbending techniques that could detect minute changes in underground pressure and spiritual tension. Long before they manifested as surface instability, her methods combining traditional earth sensibilities with spiritual sensitivity that could perceive disturbances in the planet's consciousness before they affected physical structures. These early warning systems became essential elements of Earth Kingdom's safety protocols, while providing valuable information about geological processes that influenced everything from mining operations to agricultural planning. The healing arts that Kira developed for treating Earth-related injuries and illnesses drew upon her unprecedented understanding of how human bodies related to planetary consciousness, her techniques addressing not only physical damage, but also spiritual disconnection that could occur when earthbenders lost their natural harmony with their element through trauma or overuse of power. These medical innovations became foundational elements of Earth Kingdom healing traditions, while demonstrating therapeutic applications for earthbending that went far beyond conventional understanding of elemental abilities. Kira's death after 68 years of Avatar service was marked by the appearance of new mineral formations throughout Earth Kingdom territory, crystalline structures that preserved her consciousness in forms accessible to future earthbending avatars, while providing ongoing stabilization for the geological networks she had created. The reincarnation that followed inherited not only her accumulated wisdom about planetary processes, but also permanent access to Earth consciousness that would influence every subsequent incarnation's relationship with geological forces. Avatar Tashi's birth among the air-dwelling communities came during the Great Sky Treaty negotiations, when the original flying bison herds had begun fragmenting into territorial groups whose conflicts threatened to disrupt atmospheric patterns that affected weather and spiritual balance across the entire world, their disputes escalating beyond normal animal behavior to encompass spiritual dimensions that required Avatar intervention to prevent ecological disasters that could affect every form of life that depended upon stable, atmospheric conditions. The flying bison of Tashi's era were larger and more spiritually sensitive than their descendants would become, their consciousness encompassing not only individual and herd awareness, but also connection to atmospheric processes that made them essential participants in weather pattern, maintenance, and spiritual energy circulation systems that connected all elevated locations throughout the known world. Their conflicts were therefore not merely territorial disputes, but spiritual crises that affected cosmic balance in ways that only Avatar power could adequately address and resolve. Tashi's airbending training occurred at altitudes that later air nomads would consider dangerous, her education taking place in atmospheric layers, where the boundaries between physical and spiritual realms were so thin that consciousness could directly interface with wind patterns while experiencing aspects of existence that were normally accessible only through deep meditation or Avatar state experiences. Her techniques drew upon air's role as messenger between earth and sky, while incorporating understanding of how atmospheric conditions influenced both weather and spiritual phenomena. The diplomatic missions that Tashi undertook to resolve flying bison territorial disputes required her to communicate with herd intelligences that operated according to principles alien to human understanding, their consciousness encompassing not only immediate practical concerns, but also generational memory that extended back to the time when sky bison had served as guardians of atmospheric stability rather than merely partners for airbending. Humans. These negotiations tested Avatar abilities that went beyond elemental mastery to encompass interspecies diplomacy at unprecedented scales. The Great Sky Treaty that emerged from Tashi's mediation efforts established territorial boundaries for flying bison herds, while creating cooperative frameworks that ensured their continued participation in atmospheric maintenance, activities that were essential for planetary stability. The agreement covering everything from breeding protocols that maintain genetic diversity to seasonal migration patterns that distributed their spiritual influence across all regions, that depended upon stable weather conditions for agricultural and cultural activities. The aerial highways that Tashi mapped during her diplomatic travels became essential navigation resources for air-dwelling communities. Their detailed information about wind patterns and atmospheric hazards, enabling safer travel while providing spiritual intelligence about which air currents carried beneficial influences versus those that might pose dangers to human travelers. These charts also incorporated information about seasonal variations and spiritual phenomena that could affect atmospheric conditions in ways that purely meteorological analysis could never predict adequately. Tashi's development of high-altitude meditation techniques enabled airbenders to access consciousness states that were impossible at lower elevations, their spiritual awareness expanding to encompass atmospheric processes that operated on continental scales, while maintaining individual identity that could process and utilize this cosmic information for practical applications. These practices became foundational elements of Air Nomad's spiritual development, while demonstrating how airbending could transcend mere elemental manipulation to encompass direct participation in planetary consciousness. The weather management systems that Tashi established through cooperation between airbending communities and flying bison herds created unprecedented control over atmospheric conditions that affected agriculture and transportation. Throughout the known world, their techniques enabling intervention in developing storms, while maintaining natural cycles that were essential for ecological balance. These capabilities also provided protection against spiritual weather phenomena that could occur when barriers between realms weakened during cosmic events. The spiritual communication networks that utilized air currents to carry messages across vast distances became essential elements of inter-community coordination. Tashi's innovations, enabling real-time information, sharing that supported trade relationships and diplomatic cooperation, while providing early warning systems for various threats that required coordinated responses from multiple communities. These communication methods also served as monitoring systems that could detect spiritual disturbances that might affect atmospheric stability. Tashi's establishment of the first aerial rescue services utilized flying bison partnerships to provide assistance to communities threatened by natural disasters or spiritual attacks. Her organization of these emergency response systems, creating capabilities that saved thousands of lives while demonstrating practical applications for airbending abilities that went beyond traditional combat or transportation functions. These services also became training grounds where young airbenders could develop skills and spiritual sensitivity under experienced supervision. The transcendental flight techniques that Tashi developed enabled consciousness to separate temporarily from physical form while maintaining spiritual connection that ensured safe return to bodily awareness. Her innovations opening new possibilities for exploration and spiritual development, while requiring careful safeguards to prevent practitioners from becoming lost in atmospheric consciousness that operated according to principles alien to human understanding. These advanced practices became closely guarded secrets, transmitted only to avatars and the most spiritually mature air nomad masters. Tashi's death during her 79th year occurred while she was performing transcendental flight in the uppermost atmospheric layers, her consciousness ascending into cosmic awareness that encompassed planetary air systems, while her physical form remained in meditation posture that flying bison guards protected until the reincarnation process was complete. The atmospheric phenomena that marked her passing created cloud formations that were visible across multiple continents, while air currents carried flower petals to locations that had been significant in her avatar service. Avatar Nyla's emergence among the water tribes came during the age of deep currents, when the world serpent stirring in oceanic depths had begun creating tsunamis and underwater earthquakes that threatened coastal communities while disrupting marine ecosystems that provided essential food resources for dace, water-dwelling populations, the ancient creature's distress signals, indicating spiritual imbalances that could only be resolved through avatar intervention at depths where human consciousness had never before ventured successfully. The water tribes of Nyla's era maintained closer connections to oceanic spiritual entities than their descendants would develop. Their communities, including shamans, who could communicate with deep-sea spirits, while their hunters and gatherers worked in partnership with marine creatures whose intelligence and spiritual sensitivity enabled cooperation that transcended normal predator-prey relationships. These cultural traditions provided Nyla with foundations for understanding oceanic consciousness that would prove essential for her unprecedented descent to the ocean floor. Nyla's waterbending training occurred both in surface waters and in the spiritual depths that existed between physical ocean and pure water consciousness. Her education encompassing techniques that enabled survival at pressures that would crush ordinary human bodies while maintaining spiritual sensitivity that could perceive and communicate with entities whose existence spanned multiple forms of aquatic being. Her abilities drew upon water's role as life carrier, while incorporating understanding of oceanic processes that operated on planetary scales. The first attempts to communicate with the world serpent required diving to depths where sunlight had never penetrated while navigating underwater territories where spiritual and physical geography shifted according to the great creature's emotional states and ancient memories that encompassed geological epochs during which oceanic conditions had been radically different from contemporary patterns. These preliminary expeditions tested avatar abilities under conditions that had never been encountered by previous incarnations, while providing essential intelligence about the serpent's nature and needs. The world serpent's distress was rooted in spiritual isolation that had been increasing since the realm separation disrupted its connections to oceanic spirits who had provided companionship and psychological balance during the millennia when it served as guardian of deep-sea spiritual networks that connected all marine ecosystems through consciousness, that encompassed both individual creatures and collective oceanic awareness. The solution to its problem required avatar intervention that could restore spiritual connections while addressing practical concerns about its size and power. The descent to oceanic depths that had never been explored by surface-dwelling beings required avatar state power that could maintain human consciousness under pressures that existed only in the planet's deepest underwater locations. Nyla's awareness expanding to encompass water consciousness that operated according to principles alien to surface understanding, while her individual identity remained stable enough to conduct negotiations with intelligence that measured time in geological periods rather than biological generations. The great conversation that Nyla conducted with the world serpent took place in spiritual dimensions that existed within oceanic consciousness rather than merely underwater physical space, their communication transcending normal language to encompass direct sharing of awareness that enabled mutual understanding, despite vast differences in origin and fundamental nature. The serpent's memories revealed oceanic history that predated current continental arrangements, while its spiritual needs indicated requirements that could only be met through cosmic-level intervention. The spiritual network that Nyla established to address the world serpent's isolation created connections between oceanic consciousness and the distributed awareness of marine ecosystems, her avatar power enabling the creation of communication channels that operated through water's natural conductivity while maintaining harmony with existing ecological relationships that had developed without previous awareness of the Torma great creature's existence and guardianship functions that it had been performing unconsciously. The deep-sea settlements that emerged from Nyla's intervention provided staging areas for ongoing communication with oceanic spiritual entities, while serving as monitoring stations where water tribe shamans could maintain awareness of deep water conditions that affected everything, from weather patterns to marine food webs that supported coastal communities throughout the known world. These underwater communities also became centers for developing advanced waterbending techniques that utilized oceanic pressure and spiritual depth. Nyla's establishment of tsunami warning systems utilized spiritual connections to oceanic consciousness that could detect underwater earthquakes and spiritual disturbances long before their effects reached surface waters, her innovations enabling coastal communities to prepare for natural disasters while providing early warning of spiritual phenomena that might affect marine ecosystems or underwater territories that served essential functions in planetary consciousness networks. The healing arts that Nyla developed for treating water-related spiritual ailments drew upon her unprecedented understanding of how consciousness related to oceanic awareness. Her techniques addressing not only physical injuries but also spiritual disconnection that could occur when waterbenders lost their natural harmony with their element through trauma or exposure to corrupted water sources that carried spiritual contamination from various environmental disasters or conflicts. The depth-walking meditation practices that Nyla created enabled waterbenders to explore oceanic consciousness without requiring physical descent to dangerous depths, their spiritual awareness expanding to encompass understanding of water's planetary role, while maintaining individual identity that could process and utilize this cosmic information for practical applications in healing, weather prediction, and ecosystem management that served both human and marine community needs. Nyla's death during her 84th year was witnessed by the world serpent itself, whose gratitude for her intervention created oceanic phenomena that affected tidal patterns worldwide, while deep-sea creatures that had never been observed by surface dwellers appeared in coastal waters to participate in ceremonies that honored her role in restoring balance to planetary water consciousness. These titans of the early Avatar cycle established precedents and spiritual infrastructure that would support all subsequent incarnations, their victories against cosmic-scale threats, creating the stable planetary conditions that enabled the four nations to develop distinct cultures while maintaining the spiritual harmony that prevented further existential crises from emerging during the more politically focused conflicts that would characterize later historical periods. In the peaceful centuries that followed the age of cosmic titans, when the fundamental forces of earth and sky had been tamed through Avatar intervention, and the four nations had begun to establish the cultural foundations that would define their identities for millennia to come, there emerged a generation of avatars whose greatest battles were fought not against primordial monsters or geological catastrophes, but against the more subtle enemies of ignorance, suffering, and the spiritual darkness that could consume civilizations from within when wisdom failed to keep pace with growing complexity and power. Avatar Sunan's awakening among the air nomads came during the Foundation era, when the scattered sky-dwelling communities were struggling to establish consistent methods for training new avatars who seemed to emerge from the reincarnation cycle with increasingly complex spiritual needs and cosmic responsibilities that traditional approaches to elemental education were proving inadequate to address effectively. The young airbender who discovered his avatar identity at the unprecedented early age of 8 years faced challenges that no previous incarnation had encountered, his spiritual maturity far exceeding his physical development, while his access to past life memories created confusion that threatened to overwhelm his individual identity completely. The air nomad elders who attempted to guide Sunan's early development found themselves confronting questions that had never been systematically addressed. Their traditional methods of spiritual education, having been designed for ordinary airbenders, whose connection to cosmic forces remained within manageable limits throughout their lifetimes. The intensity of Sunan's avatar state manifestations during childhood meditation sessions created dangers that required entirely new approaches to training, while his ability to access memories from previous incarnations made it difficult for him to distinguish between his own experiences and inherited wisdom from avatars whose lifetimes had occurred under vastly different circumstances. The first Avatar Training Academy that Sunan established during his adult years was built not through imposition of new authority, but through patient collaboration with spiritual teachers from all 4 nations. His approach emphasizing synthesis between different cultural approaches to elemental mastery, while maintaining respect for the unique philosophical perspectives that each tradition brought to understanding cosmic balance and individual responsibility. The curriculum that emerged from these consultations combined practical techniques with theoretical frameworks that enabled young avatars to develop their abilities systematically rather than through the trial and error methods that had characterized previous incarnations. Education. Sunan's meditation techniques for accessing past life memories without losing individual identity became foundational elements of avatar training, his innovations enabling controlled exploration of inherited wisdom while maintaining psychological stability that prevented the kind of spiritual fragmentation that had threatened several previous incarnations during their early development. These practices required careful supervision and gradual implementation to ensure that students developed adequate mental discipline before attempting to access the full scope of avatar consciousness that could overwhelm unprepared minds with information and experiences beyond their capacity to process constructively. The teaching methods that Sunan developed emphasized understanding over mere technical proficiency, his philosophy maintaining that elemental mastery without corresponding spiritual development created dangerous imbalances that could corrupt even well-intentioned avatars if their power exceeded their wisdom and moral foundation. His approach required students to demonstrate not only bending abilities, but also ethical reasoning and emotional stability that proved their readiness for increased responsibilities and access to more advanced techniques that carried greater potential for both beneficial and harmful applications. The spiritual exercises that became central to Sunan's training system enabled Avatar students to develop connections to cosmic forces while maintaining clear boundaries between individual consciousness and universal awareness. Their practices preventing the kind of ego dissolution that could leave practitioners unable to function effectively in the physical world, while ensuring that their enhanced abilities served constructive purposes rather than becoming sources of corruption or spiritual pride that undermined their effectiveness as bridges between worlds. The library that Sunan established for preserving avatar knowledge created the first systematic collection of information about cosmic responsibilities and elemental techniques. His archives including not only practical instruction, but also philosophical treatises that explored the ethical dimensions of avatar power and the spiritual principles that should guide decision-making when individual actions could affect entire nations or the fundamental balance between physical and spirit realms. Sunan's research into the avatar state revealed that the phenomenon was more complex than previous incarnations had understood. His investigations, showing that the cosmic consciousness accessed during these experiences included not only accumulated wisdom from past lives, but also connection to universal forces that operated according to principles that transcended individual identity and normal categories of moral reasoning. This understanding led to the development of safeguards that prevented Avatar state power from overwhelming the individual consciousness that remained responsible for how such abilities were utilized in specific situations. The diplomatic protocols that Sunan established for Avatar intervention in international conflicts created frameworks that balanced cosmic authority with respect for national sovereignty, his methods emphasizing mediation and education, rather than imposition of solutions that might address immediate problems while creating resentment or dependency that undermined long-term stability and cooperation between nations, whose cultural differences required ongoing attention and mutual understanding rather than forced uniformity. The healing arts that Sunan integrated into Avatar training demonstrated how elemental abilities could be used for restoration and support rather than dominance or control. His techniques showing how firebending could stimulate healing rather than causing destruction, while earthbending could be used for therapeutic massage, and waterbending for purification of both body and spirit. These applications required advanced understanding of how bending affected not only physical materials but also the spiritual energies that animated all living beings. Sunan's establishment of Avatar meditation retreats created sacred spaces where future incarnations could develop their abilities away from political pressures and social expectations that might distort their spiritual development. These sanctuaries, providing environments where cosmic consciousness could be explored safely while maintaining connections to human community, that prevented the kind of isolation that had damaged some previous avatars who struggled to balance their universal responsibilities with their individual needs for companionship and emotional support. The philosophical treatises that Sunan wrote during his later years addressed fundamental questions about the nature of Avatar responsibility and the proper relationship between cosmic power and individual will. His explorations of these themes, creating intellectual frameworks that enabled future incarnations to navigate moral complexities that arose when universal principles conflicted with particular circumstances that required compromises between ideal solutions and practical possibilities that served the greatest good under specific constraints. Sunan's death during his 96th year was peaceful and prepared, his consciousness merging gradually with cosmic awareness, while his individual identity remained clear enough to provide guidance to students who witnessed his transition from physical to spiritual existence. The meditation techniques he had developed enabled him to maintain communication with his successors even after reincarnation, his wisdom becoming permanently accessible to future avatars through spiritual practices that he had established during his unprecedented lifetime of teaching and systematic exploration of cosmic consciousness. Avatar Pema's emergence among the water tribes came during the Age of Healing, when warfare and spiritual conflicts had created levels of physical and psychological trauma that existing medical knowledge was proving inadequate to address effectively. The scope of suffering, encompassing not only battle injuries, but also spiritual ailments that resulted from exposure to corrupted bending techniques and supernatural phenomena that left victims with conditions that normal healing practices could not cure through conventional treatment methods. The Water Tribe healers who first recognized Pema's unusual abilities observed that her waterbending seemed to operate according to principles that went beyond normal elemental manipulation to encompass direct influence on life, processes and spiritual energies that animated living beings, her techniques producing results that exceeded anything achieved through traditional healing methods, while requiring understanding of anatomy and consciousness that seemed to emerge from sources beyond normal human education and experience. Pema's childhood among the healers provided her with extensive exposure to suffering that would have overwhelmed less spiritually developed individuals, her early experiences with trauma and loss creating emotional resilience, while her natural compassion motivated her to develop techniques that could address causes of suffering, rather than merely treating symptoms that would recur, until underlying problems were resolved through more comprehensive approaches that considered physical, emotional, and spiritual dimensions simultaneously. The first hospital that Pema established revolutionized medical practice by combining waterbending healing techniques with systematic observation and record keeping that enabled the identification of patterns and the development of treatments that could be taught to practitioners who lacked avatar abilities. Her innovations creating approaches to medicine that integrated spiritual sensitivity with practical knowledge about anatomy and physiology that had previously been the exclusive domain of bending-based healing traditions. Pema's development of blood-bending healing techniques represented a breakthrough that transformed one of waterbending's most controversial applications into a tool for treating circulatory disorders and internal injuries that had previously been considered fatal. Her methods, requiring precise control and spiritual sensitivity, that prevented the technique from becoming a tool for harm, while enabling medical interventions that saved thousands of lives through applications that conventional healing could never have accomplished. The medical schools that Pema founded throughout the water tribes created systematic approaches to healing education that combined traditional knowledge with innovative techniques. Her curricula covering not only waterbending applications but also herbalism, surgical procedures, and psychological counseling methods that address the full spectrum of human suffering, while maintaining emphasis on healing as spiritual calling, rather than merely technical profession that could be practiced without regard for the sacred dimensions of life and consciousness. Pema's research into the spiritual causes of disease revealed connections between psychological states and physical health that had been intuited by traditional healers but never systematically studied. Her investigations, showing how emotional trauma and spiritual imbalances could manifest as bodily ailments that required treatment approaches addressing underlying consciousness patterns rather than merely physical symptoms that represented manifestations of deeper problems requiring more comprehensive healing strategies. The therapeutic applications that Pema developed for treating spirit-related ailments created entirely new categories of medical practice. Her techniques, enabling intervention in cases where exposure to corrupted spiritual energy had created conditions that combined physical symptoms with consciousness disturbances that required simultaneous treatment of body and spirit, through methods that integrated waterbending healing with advanced spiritual counseling and energy purification practices that restored natural balance and function. Pema's establishment of emergency medical services created organized responses to natural disasters and conflict situations that provided immediate care while coordinating with other healing practitioners to ensure that trauma victims received appropriate treatment for both immediate injuries and long-term recovery needs that might not manifest until weeks or months after initial incidents occurred. These services also provided training opportunities for developing advanced healing skills under challenging conditions that tested practitioners' abilities and commitment. The pain management techniques that Pema pioneered utilized waterbending's ability to influence nervous system function while maintaining respect for the body's natural healing processes. Her methods enabling relief from suffering without creating dependency or interference with the immune responses that were essential for recovery from injury and disease. These innovations became particularly valuable for treating chronic conditions that required ongoing management rather than simple cure through single interventions. Pema's development of mental health treatment created the first systematic approaches to addressing psychological trauma and spiritual ailments that had been poorly understood by previous medical traditions. Her techniques combining waterbending applications with counseling methods that helped patients process difficult experiences while rebuilding emotional resilience and spiritual connection that enabled them to function effectively despite having survived experiences that might otherwise have created permanent disability. The medical ethics that Pema established created standards for healing practice that emphasized service to patients over personal benefit, while requiring practitioners to maintain their own physical and spiritual health as prerequisites for effective treatment of others. Her codes of conduct, ensuring that medical knowledge would be used responsibly while preventing the kind of corruption that could transform healing abilities into tools for manipulation or exploitation of vulnerable individuals seeking relief from suffering. Pema's death during her 72nd year was attended by healers from throughout the known world, her funeral becoming a celebration of medical advances that had transformed the treatment of suffering, while her reincarnation carried forward innovations in healing that would influence avatar practice for centuries, while adapting to new challenges that emerged as civilizations became more complex and created different forms of trauma and ailment, requiring continued development of therapeutic approaches. Avatar Dao's birth among the Earth Kingdom communities came during the Great Building Era, when expanding populations were creating needs for permanent settlements that could support larger numbers of people while providing protection against natural disasters and spiritual attacks that threatened communities whose growth had outpaced their defensive capabilities. The challenges of urban planning, requiring innovations in architecture and engineering that went beyond traditional earthbending applications to encompass systematic approaches to creating livable environments. The earthbending cities that existed during Dao's childhood were impressive but often impractical, their builders having focused primarily on demonstrating technical mastery rather than creating spaces that served human needs effectively. Their monumental architecture, requiring enormous expenditures of effort, while providing living conditions that were difficult to maintain and modify as community requirements changed over time. These settlements also lacked adequate integration with natural systems that could provide sustainable resource management and waste disposal. Dao's approach to architecture emphasized cooperation with existing geological and spiritual systems, rather than imposing human designs that ignored environmental factors. His techniques working with stone's natural inclinations and earth consciousness to create buildings that enhanced rather than disrupted local ecosystems, while providing practical solutions to the challenges of housing, sanitation, transportation, and defense that growing communities faced as they evolved from temporary encampments to permanent settlements requiring long-term planning and resource management. The first planned city that Dao designed utilized earthbending techniques that created integrated systems for water distribution, waste management, and temperature control, while maintaining aesthetic beauty and spiritual harmony that made urban life pleasant rather than merely functional. His innovations demonstrating how elemental abilities could be used for community benefit rather than individual advancement, while establishing standards for urban development that balanced practical needs with environmental responsibility and cultural values. Dao's architectural principles emphasize flexibility and adaptability, his designs enabling buildings and public spaces to be modified as community needs changed over time, while maintaining structural integrity and spiritual balance that supported both individual well-being and collective harmony. His methods creating urban environments that could grow organically, rather than requiring complete reconstruction when expansion or functional changes became necessary due to population growth or evolving social requirements. The defensive innovations that Dao incorporated into urban design created protection systems that operated through integration rather than separation. His fortifications enhancing community safety while maintaining openness that enabled trade and cultural exchange with neighboring settlements. His approaches balancing security needs with the diplomatic and economic relationships that were essential for long-term prosperity and stability in regions where multiple communities shared resources and territories. Dao's development of earthquake-resistant architecture revolutionized building practices in geologically active regions, his techniques enabling construction that could withstand major seismic events while maintaining functionality and safety for inhabitants. His innovations saving countless lives through designs that absorbed and redirected geological forces rather than simply attempting to resist them through rigid structures that often failed catastrophically when subjected to stresses that exceeded their engineering tolerances. The water management systems that Dao integrated into urban planning created sustainable approaches to resource distribution and conservation that enabled cities to support larger populations without depleting local water sources or creating pollution that degraded environmental quality. His techniques utilizing earthbending to create cisterns, aqueducts, and treatment facilities that maintained water quality while ensuring adequate supplies during both normal conditions and emergency situations that tested community resilience. Dao's establishment of construction training programs created systematic approaches to teaching building techniques that combined traditional earthbending methods with innovative engineering principles. His schools producing skilled builders who could work on projects ranging from individual homes to massive public works, while maintaining standards that ensured structural safety and environmental responsibility in all construction activities regardless of scale or complexity. The urban planning principles that Dao developed balanced individual needs with collective requirements, while creating spaces that supported community life through thoughtful integration of residential, commercial, and public areas that enabled efficient transportation, while maintaining neighborhoods that fostered social connections and cultural activities. His designs demonstrating how cities could enhance rather than diminish human well-being when properly planned and constructed. Dao's innovations in public architecture created gathering spaces that strengthened community bonds while providing venues for education, governance, and cultural activities that were essential for maintaining social cohesion in urban environments where traditional kinship and tribal structures were being modified by the realities of large-scale settlement and the complex relationships that emerged when diverse populations shared limited space and resources. The maintenance systems that Dao built into his architectural designs enabled communities to preserve and repair their buildings and infrastructure through organized efforts that distributed costs and responsibilities fairly while ensuring that essential services remained functional over extended periods. His approach is creating sustainable urban environments that could maintain their effectiveness and beauty across generations, rather than requiring complete reconstruction at regular intervals. Dao's death during his 89th year was marked by the completion of his final architectural project, a temple complex that demonstrated the full integration of earthbending technique with spiritual principles and practical functionality. His masterwork serving as both monument to his achievements and training facility where future architects and earthbenders could study the principles that made truly successful urban development possible. Avatar Agni's emergence among the Fire Nation communities came during the Great Preservation, when the accumulated knowledge of previous centuries was being lost to warfare, natural disasters, and cultural changes that threatened to eliminate entire bodies of wisdom about spiritual practices, elemental techniques, historical events, and scientific discoveries that represented irreplaceable intellectual achievements requiring systematic preservation. Through methods that could withstand the forces that constantly threatened to destroy written records and oral traditions, the Fire Nation scholars who first recognized Agni's unusual interests observed that her firebending seemed naturally attuned to preservation rather than destruction, her flames able to create conditions that prevented deterioration of organic materials, while her heat could be precisely controlled to enable copying and restoration work that required delicate manipulation of temperature and humidity that exceeded the capabilities of ordinary preservation. Techniques and environmental controls. Agni's childhood exposure to libraries and archives that had suffered damage from various causes created awareness of how easily knowledge could be lost forever when adequate preservation systems were not maintained. Her early experiences with partially destroyed texts and corrupted oral traditions, motivating her to develop techniques that could not only preserve existing materials, but also restore damaged records to usable condition through applications of firebending that had never been attempted or systematized by previous scholars. The first comprehensive library that Agni established revolutionized information, storage, and retrieval through innovative applications of fire that created environmental conditions optimal for preserving written materials, while her organizational systems enabled efficient access to vast collections of knowledge that covered every aspect of human learning and spiritual development, her innovations making scholarly research more effective, while ensuring that valuable information would survive natural disasters and political upheavals. Agni's development of flame-based preservation techniques created methods for treating documents and artifacts that prevented deterioration while maintaining readability and functionality across centuries of storage and use. Her processes utilizing carefully controlled heat to eliminate destructive organisms and chemical processes while strengthening materials in ways that conventional preservation methods could never accomplish through normal environmental control and chemical treatment. The copying techniques that Agni pioneered enabled rapid reproduction of important texts through firebending applications that created perfectly accurate duplicates, while simultaneously improving the durability and legibility of both original documents and their copies, her methods ensuring that valuable knowledge could be widely distributed while maintaining quality standards that preserve the integrity of information being transmitted to future generations and distant communities. Agni's establishment of scholarly exchange programs created networks that connected libraries and research institutions throughout the known world, her systems enabling the sharing of knowledge and resources while maintaining standards that ensured the accuracy and authenticity of information being transmitted between different communities whose scholarly traditions and cultural perspectives required careful coordination to prevent misunderstandings and misrepresentations. The translation projects that Agni organized created the first systematic efforts to preserve knowledge across linguistic and cultural boundaries. Her work, enabling the conversion of texts between different languages and writing systems, while maintaining the essential meaning and cultural context that made such information valuable to communities whose backgrounds and perspectives differed from those of the original authors and intended audiences. Agni's research into the spiritual dimensions of knowledge preservation revealed connections between consciousness and information that enabled the development of techniques for protecting not only physical documents, but also the spiritual energy that gave meaning and power to recorded wisdom. Her innovations creating preservation methods that maintained the living quality of knowledge, rather than simply maintaining its physical form without regard for the spiritual significance that made such information valuable. The educational programs that Agni developed for training librarians and scholars created systematic approaches to knowledge management that combined practical skills with spiritual understanding. Her curricula, ensuring that future generations would possess both technical competence and philosophical foundation necessary for preserving and transmitting human learning effectively, while maintaining the sacred dimensions of scholarship that connected intellectual achievement to spiritual development. Agni's innovations in fire-based lighting and heating systems created environments that supported scholarly work while protecting valuable materials from the environmental hazards that threatened libraries and research facilities. Her techniques enabling year-round access to collections while maintaining conditions that preserved documents and provided comfortable working spaces for scholars whose research required extended periods of concentrated study and writing. The cataloging systems that Agni created enabled efficient organization and retrieval of information from vast collections while maintaining flexibility that allowed for different approaches to knowledge classification and band cross-referencing, her methods accommodating both traditional organizational principles and innovative approaches to information management that reflected the growing complexity and interdisciplinary nature of human learning and spiritual development. Agni's death during her 94th year occurred while she was working on her final project, a comprehensive index of all preserved knowledge that would enable future scholars to locate information across all existing libraries and archives. Her dedication to scholarship continuing until her last day, while the reincarnation that followed inherited both her accumulated wisdom and her commitment to preserving human intellectual achievement for future generations. These philosopher avatars established intellectual and institutional foundations that enabled the four nations to develop sophisticated approaches to education, medicine, architecture, and scholarship, while maintaining spiritual principles that prevented knowledge from becoming merely technical information, divorced from the wisdom and compassion that made learning valuable for human development, and the advancement of civilization toward greater harmony and understanding. In the chronicles of Avatar history that were deliberately obscured by subsequent generations, there exist accounts of incarnations whose paths diverge so drastically from the expected role of cosmic balance keeper that their very names were erased from official records, their stories preserved only in the most guarded archives, where spiritual leaders could study the cautionary tales of what happened when unlimited power encountered human weakness, when the burden of bridging worlds became too heavy for mortal consciousness to bear without losing the essential humanity that made such service meaningful rather than merely cosmic obligation. Avatar Mako's emergence during the Fire Nation's early imperial period came at a time when the scattered communities were first beginning to consolidate into larger political entities that required stronger leadership and more decisive action to maintain order among populations that had grown beyond the capacity of traditional clan-based governance systems to manage effectively. The young firebender who discovered his avatar identity during his 16th year possessed natural charisma and intellectual brilliance that made him a compelling leader, his early demonstrations of avatar power creating widespread enthusiasm among Fire Nation citizens who saw in him the potential for achieving greatness that would elevate their emerging nation above all others. The corruption that would eventually consume Mako began subtly, manifesting first as impatience with the slow pace of diplomatic solutions to problems that his avatar abilities could resolve quickly through displays of superior power, his growing frustration with resistance to his increasingly authoritarian approach to governance, creating resentment that he began to justify as necessary firmness in dealing with people whose limited understanding prevented them from appreciating the wisdom of his cosmic perspective and universal authority. The Fire Nation advisors who surrounded Mako during his rise to political power were skilled manipulators who recognized his psychological vulnerabilities and exploited them systematically, their flattery and strategic counsel gradually isolating him from voices that might have provided balanced perspective while encouraging his natural tendencies toward pride and domination that transformed his legitimate avatar authority into tyrannical control that served his ego rather than the greater good he claimed to represent. Mako's first major abuse of avatar power occurred during a territorial dispute with neighboring Earth Kingdom settlements, his intervention escalating from mediation to intimidation when his proposed solutions were questioned by local leaders who dared to suggest that cosmic authority did not automatically confer practical wisdom about complex political and economic issues that required understanding of local conditions and cultural sensitivities that transcended elemental mastery and spiritual enlightenment. The devastating attack that Mako launched against the Earth Kingdom negotiators who refused to accept his arbitration demonstrated how completely his moral compass had been corrupted by unchecked power and the toxic influence of advisors who encouraged his worst impulses. His avatar state assault, killing dozens of people whose only crime had been disagreeing with decisions that would have benefited Fire Nation interests at the expense of their own community's legitimate rights and traditional territories. The justifications that Mako offered for his increasingly violent approach to international relations revealed psychological transformation that had replaced his original compassionate motivation with ruthless pragmatism that viewed other nation citizens as obstacles to be removed rather than fellow human beings deserving of respect and consideration. His speeches about necessary sacrifice for the greater good becoming propaganda that masked personal ambition and national chauvinism behind rhetoric about cosmic responsibility and universal harmony. The resistance movement that began forming among Fire Nation citizens who recognized the corruption of their avatar leader was led by spiritual teachers who understood that cosmic power without moral foundation inevitably became destructive force that threatened everything the avatar was meant to protect. Their opposition requiring tremendous courage given Mako's willingness to use avatar abilities against anyone who challenged his authority or questioned his increasingly erratic and violent decisions. The civil conflict that erupted within the Fire Nation as opposition to Mako's tyranny spread throughout the population created unprecedented crisis in Avatar history. The spectacle of Cosmic Guardian fighting against the very people he was supposed to protect, demonstrating how completely the bridge between worlds could become corrupted when individual consciousness proved inadequate to handle responsibilities that required wisdom and humility beyond normal human capacity to maintain under pressure and temptation. The intervention that ended Mako's reign of terror came from an unexpected source, as the next Avatar incarnation was born prematurely while Mako still lived. The cosmic cycle, apparently recognizing that his corruption had become so complete that waiting for natural death would allow too much damage to accumulate beyond any possibility of repair through normal reincarnation processes that assumed basic spiritual health in departing incarnations. Avatar Senna's emergence simultaneously with Mako's continued existence created unprecedented crisis in the Avatar cycle. The cosmic forces that governed reincarnation, apparently dividing between the corrupted Fire Avatar and the newly incarnated Water Avatar, whose conflicting claims to cosmic authority threatened to tear apart the spiritual foundations that maintained balance between physical and spirit worlds through unified consciousness, rather than competing sources of supposedly ultimate wisdom and power. The battle between Mako and the forces loyal to newborn Senna was mercifully brief. The corrupted Avatar's power having been weakened by his spiritual degradation, while the cosmic energy that normally would have awaited his death instead flowed toward his successor, leaving him increasingly isolated from the Avatar state abilities that had enabled his tyranny, while strengthening the spiritual coalition that had formed to protect the infant who represented hope for restoring proper Avatar function and cosmic balance. Mako's death during this final confrontation was both tragic and necessary, his destruction coming not from external violence but from the implosion of Avatar power that he could no longer contain or control effectively, his spiritual corruption, having created instabilities that made continued existence impossible once the cosmic forces that had sustained his abilities transferred their allegiance to his successor, who possessed the moral foundation necessary for bearing such tremendous responsibilities without losing essential humanity. The aftermath of Mako's corruption created permanent changes in how Avatar training and support systems were organized, subsequent incarnations receiving more careful guidance and spiritual oversight, designed to prevent the kind of isolation and moral drift that had enabled his transformation from cosmic guardian into tyrannical destroyer, whose actions had required unprecedented intervention from cosmic forces that normally operated through more subtle and gradual processes of correction and adjustment. Avatar Senna's childhood was overshadowed by the legacy of her predecessor's corruption and the tremendous expectations that had been placed upon her to restore proper Avatar function while proving that the cycle could recover from such catastrophic failure. The pressure of these responsibilities, creating anxiety and self-doubt that made her reluctant to embrace her cosmic role fully. Despite clear evidence of her abilities and the urgent need for active Avatar leadership in a world still traumatized by Mako's tyranny, the spiritual teachers who guided Senna's early development were careful to emphasize service over power. Their approach designed to prevent the kind of ego inflation that had corrupted Mako while ensuring that she developed adequate confidence to fulfill her responsibilities effectively. Their methods balancing encouragement with realistic assessment of challenges while maintaining focus on the moral and spiritual foundations that were essential for safely wielding cosmic abilities without losing perspective on their proper purpose and limitations. The first major crisis that tested Senna's Avatar abilities came when border conflicts between the Water Tribes and Fire Nation threatened to escalate into warfare that could spread throughout the known world. Her intervention required not only diplomatic skill, but also the courage to risk failure when success was essential for preventing catastrophic violence that could destabilize entire regions, while demonstrating that Avatar authority could be exercised responsibly after the trauma of Mako's abuse had created widespread skepticism about cosmic power. Senna's success in mediating this international crisis through patient negotiation and carefully applied Avatar abilities created renewed confidence in the Avatar cycle's capacity for positive influence, while establishing her reputation as trustworthy mediator whose power served justice rather than personal ambition. Her approach, demonstrating that cosmic authority could be wielded with restraint and wisdom when properly grounded in spiritual principles that prioritize service over dominance and cooperation over conquest. The decades of successful Avatar service that followed gradually restored international trust in cosmic authority, while enabling Senna to develop increasing confidence in her abilities and judgment. Her experience proving that the cycle could indeed recover from catastrophic corruption through careful attention to spiritual health and moral foundation that prevented power from becoming corrupting influence rather than tool for promoting harmony and protecting vulnerable populations from various forms of oppression and exploitation. But the psychological toll of constantly being measured against her predecessor's failures while bearing responsibility for redemption of the entire Avatar concept created internal pressures that gradually wore down Senna's emotional resilience. Her success in external affairs, masking growing depression and anxiety that made each new crisis feel increasingly overwhelming. Despite her demonstrated competence and the genuine appreciation that her service had earned from people throughout the Four Nations, the retreat from active Avatar duties that Senna began during her 40th year was initially subtle, her gradual withdrawal from international affairs being explained as temporary need for spiritual development and meditation that would enhance her effectiveness when she returned to full engagement with cosmic responsibilities, her absence from major diplomatic events being covered by trusted advisors who managed routine matters while protecting her growing need for isolation and recovery. The hidden years that Senna spent in remote wilderness areas were marked by internal struggle between her awareness of duties being neglected and her psychological inability to continue bearing burdens that had become unbearable despite her intellectual understanding of their importance, her isolation representing not abandonment of responsibility, but desperate attempt to preserve enough mental health to eventually return to service when her spiritual resources had been restored through rest and contemplation. The crises that accumulated during Senna's absence from active Avatar duties created increasingly urgent need for cosmic intervention, while demonstrating how quickly international stability could deteriorate when the bridge between worlds was not actively maintained through diplomatic engagement and occasional displays of Avatar power that reminded potential aggressors of the consequences that would follow major violations of peace and cooperation agreements. Senna's eventual return to active service after 12 years of hiding was motivated by reports of suffering that her absence had enabled rather than prevented, her understanding of how individual healing sometimes required accepting responsibilities that exceeded personal comfort, making her willing to resume Avatar duties despite persistent anxiety and depression that made each decision feel like tremendous effort rather than natural expression of wisdom and compassion. The later years of Senna's Avatar service were marked by careful balance between active engagement with major issues and preservation of psychological resources through delegation and strategic withdrawal that enabled her to function effectively without overwhelming the mental health that had been so severely damaged by earlier experiences. Her approach creating sustainable methods for bearing cosmic responsibilities while maintaining essential humanity and emotional stability. Senna's death during her 68th year was peaceful but premature, her lifespan having been shortened by the psychological stress of overcoming her predecessor's legacy while developing new approaches to Avatar service that could prevent future incarnations from experiencing similar corruption or breakdown, her innovations in training and support systems becoming permanent elements of how cosmic consciousness was managed and protected across subsequent reincarnations. Avatar Boreas's emergence among the air nomads came during a period when spiritual practices had become increasingly focused on transcendence and detachment from worldly concerns. The communities that raised him, emphasizing meditation techniques that sought complete merger with cosmic consciousness, rather than maintaining balanced connection between individual identity and universal awareness that enabled effective function as bridge between worlds while preserving essential humanity and practical wisdom. The meditation practices that dominated Boreas's early spiritual education pushed him toward increasingly deep states of cosmic consciousness, without adequate grounding in individual identity and personal relationships that could anchor his awareness in human reality. His teachers believing that complete transcendence represented spiritual advancement rather than dangerous dissolution of the personal consciousness that was essential for avatar function and decision-making that served both cosmic balance and practical human needs. The first extended avatar state that Boreas entered during his 23rd year was intended as brief communion with past life wisdom for guidance about international crisis requiring avatar intervention, but his consciousness became so completely merged with cosmic awareness that he lost the individual identity necessary for returning to normal human awareness, his body remaining in meditation posture while his mind became permanently absorbed in universal consciousness that operated beyond personal thought and individual will. The physical form that remained after Boreas's consciousness dissolved into cosmic awareness continued to breathe and maintain biological functions while showing no response to external stimuli or recognition of people and events that should have triggered normal human reactions, his body becoming an empty vessel that contained avatar power without the directing intelligence necessary for purposeful action or meaningful communication with others who attempted to reach his lost individual awareness. The air nomad masters who attempted to restore Boreas to normal consciousness through various spiritual techniques found that his awareness had become so completely merged with cosmic forces that no individual identity remained to be recalled, their efforts to re-establish personal boundaries and human perspective proving ineffective against the dissolution that had occurred when transcendental practices overwhelmed the psychological structures that maintained coherent selfhood within universal consciousness. The years that followed brought increasing desperation as spiritual leaders from all 4 nations attempted techniques for restoring avatar consciousness, while Boreas's body remained in unchanging meditation posture, his physical form aging normally, while his awareness remained lost in cosmic dimensions that transcended individual identity and practical concerns about the growing international problems that required avatar intervention but could not be addressed by consciousness that had moved beyond human understanding and personal decision-making. The international crises that accumulated during Boreas's incapacitation created increasing pressure for solutions that only avatar power could provide, while demonstrating the tragic irony of cosmic consciousness that had become so transcendent that it could no longer serve the practical purposes for which avatar incarnation was intended, universal awareness proving useless when disconnected from individual identity that could translate cosmic wisdom into specific actions and practical decisions. The spiritual research that was conducted to understand Boreas's condition revealed that the avatar state was more dangerous than previous incarnations had realized. The merger with cosmic consciousness carrying risks of permanent dissolution that could leave future incarnations without access to past life wisdom, while creating gaps in the reincarnation cycle that threatened the continuity of cosmic balance and spiritual stability that depended upon active avatar presence in the world. The decision to wait for Boreas's natural death, rather than attempting more aggressive intervention, reflected understanding that forced restoration might damage the avatar cycle permanently, while creating precedents that could endanger future incarnations. The spiritual leaders who made this difficult choice, accepting that some problems could not be solved through direct action, and required patience and faith in cosmic processes that operated according to principles beyond human understanding and control. The death that finally claimed Boreas's physical form after 37 years of spiritual absence was marked by phenomena that suggested his consciousness had indeed merged with cosmic forces rather than simply being lost. Atmospheric disturbances and spiritual manifestations, indicating that his individual awareness had become permanently integrated with universal processes rather than maintaining separate identity that could reincarnate according to normal patterns of avatar succession and cyclical rebirth. The reincarnation that followed Boreas's death was delayed by several years, the cosmic forces apparently requiring time to reconstruct individual consciousness from awareness that had become so completely merged with universal principles that extracting personal identity required unprecedented effort and spiritual intervention from sources beyond normal understanding. The next avatar's emergence, carrying both inherited wisdom and traumatic memories of dissolution that would influence all subsequent approaches to transcendental meditation and avatar state practice. Avatar Petra's birth among the Earth Kingdom communities came during a period of increasing spiritual corruption, when dark entities from sealed spirit realm had begun infiltrating the physical world through subtle influences and attractive offers that promised power and knowledge to individuals willing to compromise their moral principles in exchange for abilities and advantages that exceeded what normal human effort and legitimate spiritual development could provide through ethical means and patient practice. The childhood trauma that made Petra vulnerable to dark spiritual influence occurred when her family was destroyed by raiders whose attack left her as sole survivor of massacre that created psychological wounds and desperate need for power that could prevent similar helplessness and victimization, her emotional damage making her receptive to offers of strength and revenge that dark spirits presented as justified responses to suffering and reasonable solutions to problems that normal human resources could not address effectively. The first contact with dark spiritual entities came through meditation practices that Petra pursued in attempts to develop her emerging earthbending abilities more rapidly than conventional training allowed. Her impatience with slow progress, making her willing to experiment with techniques that promised faster results through spiritual shortcuts that bypassed the moral development and character building that legitimate advancement required as safeguards against corruption and abuse of elemental power. The gradual corruption of Petra's earthbending through dark spiritual influence transformed her techniques from tools for construction and protection into weapons of domination and destruction, her abilities gaining power and versatility that exceeded normal earthbending limitations, while carrying spiritual contamination that affected not only her own consciousness, but also the stone and earth that she manipulated through methods that violated natural order and cosmic balance. The deals that Petra negotiated with dark spirits during her rise to political power within Earth Kingdom territories involved trading portions of her humanity and moral consciousness for enhanced abilities and supernatural knowledge that enabled her to achieve victories and accumulate influence that would have been impossible through legitimate means, each agreement requiring further compromise while providing temporary advantages that created addiction to power and spiritual corruption that became increasingly difficult to resist or reverse. The tyrannical rule that Petra established in her territorial holdings demonstrated how completely dark spiritual influence could corrupt Avatar authority. Her governance, combining earthbending supremacy with spiritual oppression that crushed both physical resistance and the moral spirit of populations under her control. Her methods, creating fear and submission through combinations of elemental domination and supernatural intimidation that exceeded anything normal human cruelty could have achieved independently. The resistance movement that eventually formed against Petra's rule was led by earthbenders who maintained connection to their element's natural spiritual character, rather than accepting the corrupted techniques that she offered to followers willing to embrace dark spiritual influence, their opposition requiring tremendous courage given her enhanced abilities and the supernatural support that dark entities provided for maintaining her power and eliminating threats to the spiritual corruption that she had enabled and promoted. The final confrontation between Petra and her opposition revealed the ultimate price of deals with dark spirits when the entities that had provided her enhanced power demanded payment that exceeded her ability or willingness provide, their abandonment leaving her isolated and vulnerable, while the spiritual contamination that their influence had created made recovery of normal avatar abilities impossible through conventional healing and purification techniques. The spiritual purification that was required to cleanse the territories that Petra had ruled took decades of concentrated effort by spiritual masters from all 4 nations, their work slowly removing dark influences while restoring natural balance to regions where spiritual corruption had poisoned both human consciousness and elemental forces. The process demonstrating how completely dark spiritual influence could contaminate entire ecosystems and cultural systems when allowed to operate without effective opposition. Petra's death came not from external violence but from spiritual implosion, when the dark entities that had supported her power withdrew their influence and left her consciousness to collapse under weight of corruption that had replaced too much of her essential humanity with alien spiritual contamination, her destruction serving as warning about the ultimate consequences of compromising with forces that offered power at prices that exceeded what human consciousness could pay, while maintaining any meaningful connection to moral purpose and individual identity. The aftermath of Petra's corruption created permanent changes in avatar training that emphasized spiritual protection and moral foundation as prerequisites for accessing cosmic power. Subsequent incarnations receiving education about dark spiritual influences and the psychological vulnerabilities that made individuals susceptible to offers of enhanced ability through compromised methods that promised shortcuts to power, while requiring abandonment of the ethical principles that made such abilities valuable for positive purposes rather than tools for domination and destruction. These shadow avatars, whose failures had been deliberately obscured by later historians, served essential functions in avatar development by demonstrating the limits of human capacity for bearing cosmic responsibility while revealing the psychological and spiritual dangers that could transform bridge builders into destroyers when adequate support systems and moral foundations were not maintained throughout the tremendous pressures and temptations that accompanied unlimited power and universal authority in worlds where such abilities could solve immediate problems while creating long-term spiritual damage that exceeded any temporary benefits achieved through compromised methods and corrupted consciousness. In the centuries when the 4 nations had grown from scattered communities into established civilizations with competing interests and territorial ambitions that could not always be resolved through peaceful negotiation and diplomatic compromise, there emerged avatars whose greatest trials came not from cosmic threats or spiritual corruption, but from the harsh realities of warfare and conflict. Beings who learned to wield the bridge between worlds as both shield and sword, while struggling to maintain moral principles in situations where the choice was often between imperfect justice and complete catastrophe. Avatar Kazan's awakening during the Fire Nation's first major territorial expansion came at a time when the emerging empire's growing population and resource needs had begun creating pressure for acquiring new lands that were already inhabited by Earth Kingdom settlements whose own expansion had brought them into direct competition with Fire Nation interests, the resulting tensions escalating beyond diplomatic resolution when both sides became convinced that their survival depended upon controlling disputed territories that could not be divided without destroying their value to either party. The military traditions that existed during Kazan's youth were primitive compared to the organized warfare that would develop in later centuries. Battles fought primarily by individual benders whose techniques had been developed for hunting and self-defense rather than coordinated combat against similarly equipped opponents. The tactics and strategies employed by both sides, reflecting inexperience with large-scale conflict while demonstrating the devastating potential that elemental abilities possessed when applied systematically to causing maximum destruction and psychological intimidation rather than serving constructive purposes. Kazan's first experience with battlefield conditions came when he volunteered to serve as medic and negotiator during border skirmishes that were escalating toward full warfare. His avatar abilities, providing unique advantages for treating injured soldiers, while his cosmic authority offered possibilities for resolving conflicts that conventional military leadership could not address through normal diplomatic channels or tactical superiority that might achieve temporary victory without addressing underlying causes of territorial disputes. The horror that Kazan witnessed during these initial military encounters challenged every assumption he had developed about human nature and the possibility of maintaining moral principles under extreme stress. The sight of elemental abilities being used to inflict deliberate suffering and permanent disability, creating psychological trauma that would influence his approach to avatar responsibilities throughout his lifetime, while forcing him to confront questions about the proper use of cosmic power in situations where restraint might enable greater atrocities than decisive intervention. The first major battle where Kazan employed avatar state power for military purposes was fought to prevent Earth Kingdom forces from massacring Fire Nation civilians whose settlements had become trapped between advancing armies. His intervention, saving hundreds of lives, while demonstrating that cosmic abilities could be applied to warfare in ways that protected innocents, rather than simply overwhelming enemies through superior, destructive capability that ignored moral considerations about proportionality and discrimination between combatants and non-participants. The tactical innovations that emerged from Kazan's military experience created new approaches to avatar participation in warfare that balanced effective intervention with ethical constraints designed to prevent cosmic power from becoming tool for achieving victory through methods that violated fundamental principles about the value of human life and the importance of maintaining moral distinction between justified self-defense and aggressive conquest that served political ambition rather than legitimate protection of threatened populations. The rules of engagement that Kazan established for avatar intervention in military conflicts created precedents that would influence international law for centuries, his principles emphasizing protection of civilians and proportional response, while prohibiting certain applications of avatar power that could cause indiscriminate destruction or create long-term environmental damage that would affect future generations who had no participation in current conflicts but would suffer consequences of decisions made during temporary political disputes. The military alliance that Kazan forged between previously hostile Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom commanders was based upon mutual recognition that continued warfare would ultimately weaken both sides while strengthening external threats that could exploit their division. His diplomatic success, creating cooperation that transcended immediate territorial disputes to address broader security concerns that affected regional stability and the welfare of populations whose survival depended upon maintaining peaceful relationships between neighboring civilizations. Kazan's development of non-lethal combat techniques that could incapacitate opponents without causing permanent injury or death created alternatives to conventional military tactics that relied primarily upon killing enemies. rather than achieving strategic objectives through methods that preserved human life while accomplishing necessary goals. His innovations demonstrating that elemental abilities could be applied to warfare in ways that minimized casualties while maintaining tactical effectiveness, adequate for defending legitimate interests. The veteran support systems that Kazan established for soldiers who had been traumatized by combat experiences created the first systematic approaches to treating psychological wounds that warfare inflicted upon participants, regardless of which side they had supported. His recognition that mental health problems affected military effectiveness, while also representing moral obligations to individuals who had sacrificed their well-being for collective security, establishing precedents for caring for those who served in armed conflicts. The peace negotiations that Kazan facilitated between formerly hostile nations established frameworks for resolving future disputes through diplomatic channels rather than military action. His agreements creating mechanisms for addressing territorial claims and resource competition through arbitration and compromise, rather than warfare that inevitably created more problems than it solved, while causing suffering that exceeded any conceivable benefits that victory might provide to either side in conflicts over disputed territories. Kazan's death during his 59th year came while he was mediating a ceasefire between exhausted armies whose leaders had finally recognized that continued fighting would destroy both sides without resolving underlying issues. His final act of Avatar service, creating lasting peace that enabled reconstruction and reconciliation between populations that had been enemies but shared common interests in security and prosperity, that cooperation could provide more effectively than conquest. Avatar Gorma's emergence among the Earth Kingdom communities came during the 100-year stalemate, when military technology and defensive techniques had evolved to create battlefield conditions where neither attacking nor defending forces could achieve decisive victory. Armies facing each other across fortified positions that could not be taken through conventional assault, while siege warfare created prolonged suffering for both military personnel and civilian populations trapped within contested territories that became humanitarian disasters requiring outside intervention. The earth-bending innovations that had created impregnable defensive positions during Gorma's childhood had also made offensive operations nearly impossible. Fortress cities capable of withstanding attacks that could continue for decades, while their defenders remained supplied through underground tunnels and protected water sources that enabled indefinite resistance against enemies whose own positions were equally secure and defensible. The military situation creating strategic deadlock that consumed resources while accomplishing nothing constructive for either side. Gorma's military education emphasized siege warfare and defensive engineering rather than mobile combat tactics, his training focusing on the specialized techniques required for overcoming fortifications that had been designed specifically to resist earthbending attacks, while maintaining supplies and morale during extended operations that might continue for years before achieving resolution through military breakthrough or diplomatic negotiation that addressed underlying political causes of territorial disputes. The first siege that tested Gorma's avatar abilities involved Earth Kingdom forces attempting to recapture a fortress city that had been occupied by Fire Nation troops for 12 years. The prolonged conflict having created humanitarian crisis for civilian populations, while military casualties mounted without meaningful progress toward resolution, the situation requiring Avatar intervention that could break strategic deadlock without causing massacre of trapped combatants and innocent bystanders. Gorma's analysis of siege warfare revealed that conventional approaches to fortified positions were fundamentally flawed. Their emphasis on overwhelming defensive strength through direct assault ignoring opportunities for achieving strategic objectives through psychological and economic pressure that could accomplish military goals without requiring massive casualties that siege warfare traditionally accepted as unavoidable costs of achieving victory against prepared defensive positions that had been designed specifically to resist attack. The breakthrough technique that Gorma developed for siege breaking utilized earth-bending abilities that could undermine fortifications through subsurface operations that bypassed surface defenses while creating structural instabilities that made continued resistance impossible. His methods, enabling rapid resolution of prolonged sieges while minimizing casualties on both sides through approaches that achieve tactical objectives without requiring direct assault against prepared positions that would have resulted in enormous losses. The mobile earthbending tactics that Gorma pioneered created alternatives to static defensive strategies that had dominated military thinking during the stalemate period. His techniques enabling rapid movement of defensive positions and flexible response to changing battlefield conditions, while maintaining protection for friendly forces and civilian populations that might be affected by military operations, conducted in populated areas where distinguishing between combatants and non-combatants required careful planning and precise execution. The engineering innovations that emerged from Gorma's military experience created new approaches to battlefield construction and logistical support that enhanced army mobility while reducing dependence upon permanent installations that could become strategic liabilities when military situations changed rapidly. His methods, enabling forces to establish temporary defensive positions and supply networks that could be moved or abandoned as tactical requirements dictated without losing strategic capability or operational effectiveness. Gorma's establishment of military engineering schools created systematic approaches to teaching specialized techniques required for siege warfare and defensive operations. His curricula, combining traditional earthbending methods with innovative applications that addressed specific challenges of organized combat while maintaining ethical standards that prevented military training from becoming education in cruelty and destruction rather than legitimate self-defense and protection of threatened populations from aggressive attacks. The international protocols that Gorma negotiated for conducting siege warfare established humanitarian standards that protected civilian populations while enabling military operations to achieve legitimate strategic objectives. His agreements, creating frameworks that balanced military necessity with moral obligations to non-combatants whose welfare could not be ignored even during armed conflicts that threatened national survival and required decisive action to prevent greater disasters. Gorma's innovations in logistics and supply chain management revolutionized how armies could be maintained in field conditions that had previously made extended operations impossible. His techniques, utilizing earthbending for rapid construction of transportation networks and storage facilities that enabled forces to operate effectively in territories that lacked adequate infrastructure, while maintaining supply security against enemy interdiction, attempts that sought to achieve strategic objectives through economic warfare rather than direct military confrontation. The fortification designs that Gorma created balanced defensive strength with humanitarian considerations that ensured adequate living conditions for garrison forces and civilian populations during extended siege conditions. His architecture incorporating features that maintained health and morale while providing military effectiveness that could deter attacks without requiring constant vigilance that exhausted defenders and created vulnerabilities that enemies might exploit through psychological warfare and prolonged pressure tactics. Gorma's death during his 71st year was witnessed by military engineers from both Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation forces, who had gathered to study his innovations in siege warfare and defensive construction, his funeral becoming occasion for temporary ceasefire that enabled former enemies to honor his contributions to military science, while recognizing that his techniques had made warfare more humane, even while making it more efficient and decisive. Avatar Zephyr's birth among the air nomads came during the Great Schism, when philosophical differences about the proper relationship between spiritual development and worldly engagement had created irreconcilable divisions within air-dwelling communities, whose unity had been maintained for centuries through shared commitment to peace and detachment from material concerns that were now being challenged by younger generations who believed that isolationism enabled suffering that active intervention could prevent. The theological disputes that dominated Zephyr's childhood centered around fundamental questions about whether air nomad principles required complete withdrawal from involvement in other nations' affairs or demanded active participation in preventing injustice and conflict that spiritual abilities could address more effectively than any other available methods. The debates creating factional divisions that threatened to destroy cultural cohesion, while undermining traditional authority structures that had maintained peace through consensus rather than imposed doctrine. The conservative faction that advocated traditional isolationism argued that air nomad involvement in worldly affairs would inevitably lead to spiritual corruption and compromise of the detachment that was essential for achieving enlightenment, their position maintaining that attempts to impose solutions upon other cultures represented spiritual pride and attachment that contradicted fundamental teachings about non-interference with natural processes and individual responsibility for personal growth and moral development that could not be accelerated through external intervention. The progressive faction that demanded active engagement with international problems argued that spiritual development without practical compassion was meaningless, self-indulgence that ignored moral obligations to prevent suffering when effective intervention was possible. Their position, maintaining that true detachment meant freedom from selfish concerns, rather than withdrawal from service to others whose welfare required assistance that only air nomad abilities and wisdom could provide adequately and without causing additional harm through misguided interference. The first violent confrontation between opposing factions occurred when progressive air nomads attempted to intervene in Earth Kingdom territorial dispute, despite conservative opposition that viewed such action as violation of traditional neutrality, the conflict escalating when conservative leaders threatened to expel progressives from air nomad communities, while progressives accused conservatives of moral cowardice and spiritual selfishness that betrayed the compassionate principles that supposedly motivated their pursuit of enlightenment and detachment. Zephyr's attempt to mediate these factional disputes required avatar authority that transcended normal air nomad governance structures while respecting cultural traditions and individual autonomy that were fundamental to air-dwelling communities, whose unity had always depended upon voluntary cooperation rather than imposed solutions that violated principles of personal freedom and spiritual self-determination, that distinguished air nomad society from more hierarchical political systems that characterized other nations. The compromise position that Zephyr developed balanced traditional non-interference with selective engagement based upon specific criteria that would guide air nomad participation in international affairs without requiring either complete isolation or unlimited involvement. His framework creating guidelines that enabled individual choice while maintaining cultural cohesion and preventing the kind of factional warfare that could destroy air nomad civilization from within through irreconcilable philosophical differences. The peacekeeping techniques that emerged from Zephyr's mediation experience created new applications for airbending abilities that could separate hostile forces without causing injury, while creating conditions that enabled rational discussion and negotiation between parties whose anger and fear had made productive communication impossible through normal diplomatic methods that required emotional restraint and mutual respect that combatants often could not maintain without external assistance and pressure. Zephyr's establishment of air nomad peacekeeping forces created systematic approaches to international intervention that balanced effectiveness with ethical constraints, designed to prevent spiritual corruption while maintaining cultural traditions that emphasized service and compassion over power and domination. His organization demonstrating that military capabilities could be developed and utilized without abandoning fundamental principles about the sanctity of life and the importance of maintaining moral purity. The diplomatic protocols that Zephyr created for air nomad involvement in international conflicts established standards that ensured interventions would serve universal justice rather than partisan interests, his frameworks requiring careful analysis of situations and broad consensus before committing resources to foreign conflicts, while maintaining flexibility that enabled rapid response to humanitarian crises that required immediate action to prevent massive casualties and suffering. The training programs that Zephyr developed for air nomad peacekeepers combined traditional spiritual education with practical instruction in conflict resolution and non-violent intervention techniques. His curricula creating expertise in methods that could end violence without employing violence, while maintaining spiritual health and moral clarity that prevented participants from becoming corrupted by exposure to warfare and political manipulation that characterized international conflicts. The cultural synthesis that emerged from Zephyr's successful resolution of the Great Schism created permanent changes in air nomad society that enabled continued evolution and adaptation, while maintaining essential spiritual principles. His leadership demonstrating that traditional wisdom could incorporate new insights and changing circumstances without losing fundamental character that distinguished air-dwelling communities from other nations whose approaches to governance and social organization reflected different priorities and values. Zephyr's death during his 86th year was accompanied by phenomena that suggested successful integration of opposing philosophical positions within air nomad culture, atmospheric disturbances creating patterns that seemed to celebrate unity achieved through accepting diversity rather than enforcing conformity. His legacy, enabling future generations to navigate between isolation and engagement according to circumstances and individual calling rather than rigid doctrine that ignored situational complexity. Avatar Coral's emergence among the water tribes came during the maritime wars, when competition for fishing territories and trade routes had created naval conflicts between scattered tribal communities whose survival depended upon oceanic resources that were becoming inadequate to support growing populations. The warfare conducted primarily through raids and piracy that disrupted economic relationships while creating humanitarian crises for communities that lost access to essential maritime activities and trade networks. The naval technologies that existed during Coral's childhood were sophisticated but limited. Water tribe vessels designed primarily for hunting and fishing rather than military operations, while their crews possessed sailing and navigation skills that were unmatched by other nations but lacked experience with organized fleet actions and coordinated tactical operations that warfare required for achieving strategic objectives rather than merely raiding enemy shipping and coastal settlements for immediate gain. Coral's maritime education emphasized both traditional seamanship and innovative applications of waterbending for naval combat, Her training, combining inherited knowledge about oceanic conditions and navigation with developing techniques for utilizing elemental abilities in ship-to-ship combat and amphibious operations that could achieve military objectives while maintaining the mobility and flexibility that were essential for water tribe tactical doctrine and cultural preferences for fluid rather than rigid organizational structures. The first major naval engagement, where Coral demonstrated avatar abilities, involved preventing massacre of water tribe fishing fleet by raiders, whose attacks threatened to eliminate entire communities' access to food sources. Her intervention, creating weather conditions that enabled peaceful resolution, while demonstrating that avatar power could be applied to maritime operations in ways that protected civilians without requiring destruction of enemy forces that might be amenable to negotiation and compromise. The strategic innovations that Coral developed for water tribe naval operations created coordinated fleet tactics that maximized their advantages in mobility and elemental mastery while compensating for numerical and technological disadvantages that resulted from their scattered population and limited industrial capacity. Her methods enabling effective resistance against larger forces while maintaining hit and run capabilities that prevented enemies from achieving decisive victories through conventional naval superiority. The maritime intelligence networks that Coral established utilized water tribe knowledge of oceanic conditions and maritime traffic to create information systems that provided strategic warning about enemy movements, while enabling coordination between scattered communities whose cooperation was essential for maintaining effective resistance against forces that sought to control or eliminate their access to essential oceanic resources and trade relationships. The naval architecture that emerged from Coral's military innovations created vessel designs that combined traditional water tribe seaworthiness with enhanced combat capabilities, her improvements enabling ships that could engage enemy forces effectively while maintaining speed and maneuverability that were essential for survival in oceanic conditions, where defeat meant death rather than merely tactical setback that could be recovered through subsequent operations. Coral's development of amphibious assault techniques created new possibilities for water tribe military operations that could achieve strategic objectives on land while maintaining oceanic supply lines and retreat options. Her methods enabling attacks against coastal installations and inland targets that had previously been beyond water tribe capabilities, while maintaining tactical flexibility that prevented forces from becoming trapped in unfavorable terrain or strategic situations. The unified command structure that Coral created for coordinating water tribe military activities balanced traditional tribal autonomy with operational requirements for centralized planning and resource allocation. Her organizational innovations enabling effective fleet operations while respecting cultural values that emphasized individual freedom and local self-determination rather than hierarchical authority structures that characterized other nations' military systems. The maritime laws that Coral established for regulating oceanic territories and resources created frameworks that enabled peaceful coexistence between competing communities while protecting essential fishing and navigation rights that were fundamental to water tribe survival and economic stability. Her treaties creating mechanisms for resolving disputes through arbitration rather than warfare, while establishing sustainable practices that prevented over-exploitation of marine resources. Coral's innovations in naval medicine and rescue operations utilized water-bending healing techniques adapted for shipboard conditions and oceanic emergencies, her methods enabling treatment of injuries and illnesses that commonly occurred during maritime operations while providing capabilities for recovering survivors from shipwrecks and other disasters that threatened water tribe communities whose lives depended upon successful oceanic activities and safe navigation. The naval training academies that Coral established created systematic approaches to teaching seamanship and naval combat that combined traditional water tribe knowledge with innovations in tactics and technology. Her educational programs, producing officers who could command fleets effectively while maintaining cultural values and ethical standards that prevented military success from becoming corrupted by power and aggression that contradicted fundamental tribal principles about cooperation and mutual aid. Coral's death during her 67th year occurred during a massive storm that she had been attempting to moderate for the protection of fishing fleets, her avatar abilities finally overwhelming her individual consciousness. As she merged permanently with oceanic forces, while saving hundreds of lives through weather control that required ultimate sacrifice of personal identity for the welfare of her people and the preservation of maritime communities. These war avatars, whose names became legendary among military historians and strategic theorists, established precedents and innovations that would influence the conduct of warfare for centuries, while demonstrating that cosmic power could be applied to military objectives without abandoning moral principles and humanitarian concerns that distinguished legitimate self-defense from aggressive conquest and mindless destruction that served no constructive purpose beyond satisfying personal ambition and national pride at the expense of human welfare and international stability. In the age of great discovery, when the four nations had established stable civilizations and accumulated sufficient knowledge to begin pushing beyond the boundaries of what had been considered possible or practical, there emerged avatars whose greatest contributions came not through conquest or mediation, but through revolutionary innovations that transformed entire aspects of human existence. Beings who wielded cosmic power not as weapon or shield, but as tool for unlocking secrets of the natural world that enabled advances in technology, medicine, architecture, and spiritual practice that elevated civilization to unprecedented heights of achievement and understanding. Avatar Jin's awakening among the Earth Kingdom communities came during the era of deep mining, when expanding populations and increasing technological sophistication had created demand for metals and minerals that could only be obtained from underground deposits that lay beyond the reach of conventional earthbending techniques. The limitations of existing extraction methods, creating bottlenecks that prevented further advancement in construction, manufacturing, and the creation of tools and weapons that required materials with properties that common surface stones and metals could not provide. The earthbending masters who trained Jin during her childhood were already pushing against the theoretical limits of what their element could accomplish through traditional techniques, their ability to sense and manipulate stone becoming increasingly refined, while their understanding of mineral properties and geological structures approached the boundaries of what pure earthbending could reveal without transcending normal elemental limitations through innovations that would require entirely new approaches to understanding the relationship between consciousness and matter. Jin's first breakthrough in advanced earthbending came during meditation sessions that extended her awareness deep into mountain consciousness, her spiritual connection to earth enabling her to perceive metallic inclusions and crystalline structures that existed within stone formations, her enhanced sensitivity revealing that the boundary between earth and metal was less absolute than traditional earthbending theory had assumed, opening possibilities for manipulating substances that had been considered beyond elemental influence. The experimentation that followed Jin's initial discoveries required avatar state power that could extend earthbending capabilities beyond their normal limitations, while maintaining precise control over forces that operated at molecular and atomic levels, her consciousness expanding to encompass understanding of material properties that transcended surface appearances to reveal fundamental structures that could be influenced through spiritual energy, channeled with sufficient intensity and focus to overcome the resistance that metallic substances normally offered to earth-bending manipulation. The first successful metal-bending demonstration that Jin performed shocked earth-bending masters who had devoted their lives to perfecting traditional techniques without ever imagining that their element could be extended to encompass materials that seemed completely different in nature and behavior. Her ability to sense and manipulate metallic impurities within refined metal objects, revealing that even processed materials maintained connections to their earthen origins that could be accessed through sufficiently advanced spiritual sensitivity and elemental mastery. The industrial applications that emerged from Jin's metal-bending innovations revolutionized Earth Kingdom manufacturing and construction capabilities, her techniques enabling the creation of complex mechanical devices and architectural structures that had been impossible using traditional materials and methods. The precision and strength that metal bending provided opening new possibilities for engineering projects that could support larger populations while improving quality of life through technological advances that served practical needs. The mining operations that Jin established utilizing metal bending techniques created unprecedented access to underground resources, while minimizing environmental damage that conventional extraction methods caused through excavation and processing that destroyed landscapes and contaminated water sources. Her approaches enabling selective removal of desired materials while leaving surrounding geological structures intact and stable, demonstrating that technological advancement could be achieved without causing ecological destruction. Jin's development of metal-bending training programs created systematic approaches to teaching advanced earth-bending techniques that could extend elemental abilities beyond traditional limitations. Her curricula, combining spiritual development with practical instruction in material science and engineering applications, the educational methods she established ensuring that metal-bending knowledge would be transmitted to future generations, while maintaining ethical standards that prevented these powerful techniques from being misused for destructive purposes. The construction projects that showcased metal-bending capabilities created architectural marvels that combined aesthetic beauty with practical functionality. Jin's designs utilizing metal's unique properties to create structures that were both stronger and more elegant than conventional stone construction, while incorporating features that enhanced living conditions through improved lighting, ventilation, and temperature control that demonstrated how technological innovation could serve human welfare and cultural advancement simultaneously. The precision tools and scientific instruments that metal bending enabled created new possibilities for research and experimentation that advanced knowledge in multiple fields. Jin's innovations, providing researchers with equipment capable of measurements and manipulations that had been impossible using traditional materials and construction techniques. The enhanced precision and durability of metal-bent devices, enabling discoveries that would have been unattainable through conventional methods and approaches to scientific investigation. Jin's establishment of quality control standards for metal bending applications ensured that products created through these advanced techniques would meet consistent safety and performance requirements, her protocols preventing the kind of failures and accidents that could result from inadequate training or careless application of powerful techniques, while her testing methods verified that metal-bent items would perform reliably under normal usage conditions and anticipated stress scenarios. The artistic applications that Jin explored demonstrated that metal bending could serve aesthetic purposes as well as practical ones. her sculptures and decorative works revealing expressive possibilities that traditional earthbending had never achieved, while inspiring other artists to incorporate metal manipulation into their creative practice, showing that technological innovation could enhance rather than diminish cultural and artistic development when applied with appropriate vision and skill. Jin's death during her 74th year was marked by the completion of her greatest architectural achievement, a palace complex that showcased every aspect of metal bending technique, while serving as both functional government center and artistic masterwork. Her legacy ensuring that advanced earthbending would continue developing while maintaining the ethical foundations and aesthetic sensibilities that prevented technological power from becoming disconnected from human values and cultural meaning. Avatar Aeolus's emergence among the air nomads came during the age of sky exploration, when increasing population and expanding territory had created need for transportation methods that could connect distant communities more efficiently than conventional travel using flying bison, whose numbers were limited and whose breeding cycles could not be accelerated to meet growing demand for aerial mobility. The challenges of maintaining communication and commerce across vast distances, requiring innovations that could supplement rather than replace traditional partnerships with sky bison. The airbending techniques that existed during Aeolus's childhood were sophisticated but focused primarily on personal mobility and spiritual development, rather than mechanical applications that could create devices capable of supporting multiple passengers or carrying significant cargo loads. The theoretical understanding of aerodynamics and atmospheric pressure remaining limited by approaches that emphasized harmony with natural air currents, rather than systematic analysis of principles that governed flight and atmospheric manipulation. Aeolus's fascination with mechanical devices and engineering principles led him to study how traditional airbending techniques could be applied to creating artificial flight capabilities that did not depend upon living partners, his experiments revealing that air manipulation could be used to power mechanical systems while maintaining spiritual harmony with atmospheric forces, opening possibilities for technological development that served practical needs without violating fundamental air nomad principles about cooperation and respect for natural processes. The first flying machine that Aeolus successfully created utilized airbending to power mechanical wings and control surfaces that enabled sustained flight without requiring constant conscious manipulation of air currents. The device, incorporating both traditional spiritual techniques and innovative engineering that demonstrated how avatar abilities could transcend normal elemental limitations to create entirely new categories of technological capability that serve transportation and exploration needs. The theoretical framework that Aeolus developed for understanding atmospheric dynamics combined traditional air nomad wisdom about wind patterns and spiritual influences with systematic analysis of pressure, temperature, and airflow that enabled more sophisticated applications of airbending than had been possible through purely intuitive approaches. His research creating knowledge that could be taught to other airbenders while advancing their understanding of elemental principles and practical applications. Aeolus's innovations in high-altitude flight created access to atmospheric layers that had been unexplored by surface-dwelling beings, his journeys revealing weather patterns and atmospheric phenomena that influence conditions throughout the known world, while providing information that enabled more accurate prediction of storms and seasonal changes that affected agriculture and navigation for all nations, demonstrating how technological advancement could serve international cooperation and mutual benefit. The manufacturing techniques that Aeolus developed for producing flying machines utilized airbending to shape and join materials with precision that exceeded traditional craftsmanship, while reducing the time and effort required for construction. His methods, enabling mass production of aerial vehicles that could make flight accessible to individuals who lacked airbending abilities, while maintaining quality standards that ensured safety and reliability under normal operating conditions. The navigation systems that emerged from Aeolus's aerial explorations created new approaches to determining location and direction that utilized atmospheric conditions and high-altitude landmarks invisible from ground level. His innovations, enabling long-distance flight over unfamiliar territory, while providing pilots with information needed for safe navigation during adverse weather conditions that could disorient travelers and create dangerous flight situations. Aeolus's establishment of aerial rescue services utilized flying machines to provide assistance during natural disasters and emergency situations that ground-based help could not reach quickly enough to prevent casualties, his organization saving thousands of lives, while demonstrating humanitarian applications for technological innovation that justified the resources and effort required for developing and maintaining advanced transportation capabilities that served public welfare rather than merely individual convenience. The aerial photography and mapping projects that Aeolus conducted from his flying machines created unprecedented documentation of geographical features and territorial boundaries, his surveys providing accurate information that facilitated international negotiations about borders and resource rights, while enabling better understanding of regional geography that supported trade relationships and diplomatic cooperation between nations whose knowledge of distant territories had previously been limited and often inaccurate. The meteorological research that Aeolus pursued through high-altitude observations advanced understanding of weather systems and atmospheric dynamics that enabled more accurate prediction of storms and climate patterns, his data contributing to agricultural planning and disaster preparation, while providing scientific knowledge that benefited all nations, regardless of their political relationships or territorial disputes, demonstrating how technological innovation could serve universal human welfare. Aeolus's development of air quality monitoring utilized high-altitude measurements to detect atmospheric pollution and contamination that could affect human health and environmental stability, his techniques enabling early identification of problems that might otherwise have gone unnoticed until they caused widespread damage, while his remediation methods showed how airbending could be applied to restoring atmospheric purity and preventing environmental degradation. The training programs that Aeolus established for pilots and aircraft maintenance personnel created systematic approaches to teaching skills needed for safe operation of flying machines. His curricula, combining technical knowledge with spiritual principles that maintained connection between mechanical innovation and traditional air nomad values, ensuring that technological advancement would enhance rather than replace cultural wisdom and ethical foundations that guided decision-making and priorities. Aeolus's death during his 68th year occurred while he was testing experimental aircraft designs at extreme altitude, his consciousness merging with atmospheric forces during flight that pushed beyond normal human limitations, while his innovations continued developing through students who carried forward his vision of technological advancement that served human welfare while respecting natural systems and spiritual principles that provided meaning and direction for progress. Avatar Nereid's emergence among the water tribes came during the Age of Healing Arts, when warfare and disease had created unprecedented levels of suffering that existing medical knowledge was inadequate to address effectively. The scope of trauma and illness, encompassing not only physical injuries, but also psychological damage and spiritual ailments that required entirely new approaches to treatment and recovery. while population growth and urban development created conditions that enabled rapid spread of diseases that threatened entire communities. The waterbending healing techniques that existed during Nereid's childhood were powerful but limited in scope. Their applications focused primarily on treating external injuries and obvious physical ailments, while lacking systematic understanding of internal medicine and the complex relationships between physical symptoms and underlying causes that might require different therapeutic approaches. The traditional methods proving inadequate for addressing chronic conditions and psychological trauma that became increasingly prevalent. Nereid's revolutionary discovery came during attempts to heal warriors who had been traumatized by exposure to bloodbending attacks. Her exploration of how waterbending could influence circulatory and nervous systems, revealing that the controversial technique could be applied therapeutically to restore normal function and treat conditions that conventional healing could not address, transforming one of waterbending's most feared applications into a powerful tool for medical intervention and recovery. The bloodbending healing techniques that Nereid developed required unprecedented precision and spiritual sensitivity. Her methods utilizing gentle manipulation of circulatory systems to improve blood flow and remove blockages, while carefully avoiding the kind of forceful control that made bloodbending a feared weapon. Her therapeutic applications, demonstrating that any technique could serve beneficial purposes when applied with proper understanding and ethical foundation that prioritized patient welfare over practitioner power. The medical research that Nereid conducted to understand how bloodbending healing worked revealed previously unknown aspects of human anatomy and physiology. Her investigations, showing how circulation patterns affected not only physical health, but also emotional stability and spiritual well-being, while her discoveries about the relationship between consciousness and bodily function opened new possibilities for treating ailments that had been considered incurable through conventional medical approaches. Nereid's treatment of circulatory disorders through bloodbending intervention created cures for conditions that had been death sentences under previous medical practice. Her techniques, enabling restoration of normal heart function and circulation, while preventing the strokes and organ failures that resulted from blocked arteries and damaged blood vessels. Her innovations saving thousands of lives, while establishing new standards for cardiovascular medicine that would influence healing practice for centuries. The neurological applications that Nereid developed for bloodbending healing addressed brain injuries and nervous system damage that had been beyond the reach of traditional waterbending therapy. Her methods utilizing precise manipulation of blood flow to brain tissue to promote healing and restore function, while treating psychological trauma through techniques that could literally repair damaged neural pathways and restore emotional balance through biological intervention. Nereid's establishment of medical schools that taught bloodbending healing created systematic approaches to training healers in advanced techniques, while maintaining strict ethical standards that prevented abuse of these powerful methods. Her educational programs, combining anatomical knowledge with spiritual development, that ensured practitioners would use their abilities responsibly, while providing them with skills needed for treating complex medical conditions that required both technical competence and moral wisdom. The surgical applications that emerged from Nereid's bloodbending innovations enabled operations that had been impossible using conventional methods, her techniques allowing healers to control bleeding and maintain circulation during complex procedures, while providing precision that reduced surgical risks and improved patient outcomes, demonstrating how advanced waterbending could revolutionize medical practice while maintaining healing traditions that emphasized patient care over technical achievement. Nereid's development of addiction treatment, utilizing bloodbending intervention, addressed substance abuse problems that had been considered incurable character flaws, her methods enabling physical detoxification while treating the neurological changes that created compulsive behavior, showing how medical intervention could address social problems that had been poorly understood while providing hope for individuals whose lives had been destroyed by dependencies that conventional approaches could not cure effectively. The mental health treatments that Nereid pioneered through bloodbending applications created new possibilities for addressing psychological ailments that resulted from trauma and spiritual imbalance, her techniques enabling restoration of normal brain chemistry while treating depression and anxiety through methods that addressed biological causes rather than merely managing symptoms, her innovations demonstrating that mental illness could be treated as medical condition rather than moral failing. The organ transplant procedures that Nereid developed utilizing bloodbending support enabled life-saving operations that had been impossible when circulatory control depended upon natural healing responses, her techniques maintaining blood flow to transplanted organs while preventing rejection through manipulation of immune system function, her innovations extending life expectancy while improving quality of life for patients whose survival had depended upon organs that could be replaced through surgical intervention. Nereid's research into aging processes and longevity revealed how bloodbending could be used to maintain circulatory health and prevent age-related deterioration, her techniques enabling people to remain active and healthy well beyond normal life expectancy, while maintaining mental acuity and physical capabilities that had traditionally declined with advancing age, demonstrating how medical innovation could extend human potential while preserving dignity and independence. The public health programs that Nereid established utilized blood-bending screening to detect diseases before symptoms became apparent, her techniques enabling early intervention that prevented epidemics while providing treatment that addressed health problems at stages when they could be cured completely, rather than merely managed through palliative care, her preventive approaches reducing suffering while improving community health and reducing medical costs. Nereid's death during her 79th year was peaceful and prepared, her consciousness gradually merging with water's life-giving properties, while her medical innovations continued developing through students who carried forward her vision of healing that served human welfare through techniques that respected both scientific knowledge and spiritual wisdom, that provided meaning and ethical foundation for medical practice. Avatar Prometheus's emergence among the Fire Nation communities came during the Industrial Dawn, when expanding populations and technological advancement had created demand for energy sources that exceeded what traditional methods could provide reliably and safely, the limitations of existing power generation, creating bottlenecks that prevented further development, while environmental concerns about wood consumption and mining raised questions about sustainability that required innovative solutions, serving both practical needs and ecological responsibility. The firebending techniques that existed during Prometheus's childhood were sophisticated in their applications for heating and metalworking, but limited in their ability to generate consistent power for mechanical devices and industrial processes that required precise temperature control and sustained energy output, the traditional approaches proving inadequate for supporting manufacturing operations that could produce goods efficiently while maintaining quality standards that enabled economic growth and improved living conditions. Prometheus's breakthrough discovery came during experiments with lightning generation and control, his investigations revealing that electrical energy could be harnessed and directed through conductive materials to power mechanical systems and provide lighting that was superior to conventional methods, while his innovations in containing and manipulating electrical forces opened possibilities for technological applications that had been unimaginable using traditional fire-based energy sources. The electrical power generation systems that Prometheus developed revolutionized Fire Nation industrial capabilities by providing consistent energy that could operate machinery and lighting throughout communities regardless of weather, conditions, or time of day. His innovations enabling increased productivity while improving quality of life through reliable power that supported both manufacturing operations and domestic applications that enhanced comfort and convenience for ordinary citizens. The lightning-bending techniques that Prometheus pioneered required unprecedented precision and spiritual discipline. His methods utilizing controlled generation and direction of electrical energy while maintaining safety standards that prevented accidental discharge and electrocution. His training programs, ensuring that practitioners could handle dangerous forces responsibly while providing them with capabilities that served industrial and community needs rather than merely demonstrating individual power. Prometheus's innovations in electrical transmission created networks that could distribute power from centralized generation facilities to distant locations through conductive cables and switching systems. His engineering, enabling communities to share electrical resources while maintaining independent control over their energy consumption and distribution, demonstrating how technological cooperation could serve mutual benefit without requiring political integration or loss of local autonomy. The industrial applications that emerged from Prometheus's electrical innovations transformed manufacturing processes through powered machinery that could operate with consistency and precision that exceeded human capabilities, his technologies enabling mass production of goods while maintaining quality standards that made products available to larger populations at affordable prices, showing how technological advancement could serve social welfare through increased productivity and economic opportunity. Prometheus's development of electrical lighting systems eliminated dependence upon fire-based illumination that created safety hazards and air pollution in urban environments. His innovations providing bright, clean light that could be controlled precisely while reducing fire risks and improving air quality in communities where population density had made traditional lighting methods dangerous and inadequate for supporting nighttime activities and indoor work. The communication networks that Prometheus established utilizing electrical transmission enabled rapid information exchange across vast distances through telegraph systems that connected communities throughout Fire Nation territory, his innovations facilitating coordination of economic and political activities, while providing emergency communication capabilities that could summon assistance during disasters and coordinate relief efforts that required rapid response and resource allocation. Prometheus's establishment of electrical safety standards created protocols that prevented accidents and ensured reliable operation of power systems, while protecting both workers and consumers from hazards that could result from improper installation or maintenance of electrical equipment. His regulations ensuring that technological advancement would serve public welfare rather than creating new forms of danger that offset benefits of increased productivity and convenience. The research facilities that Prometheus created for studying electrical phenomena and developing new applications combined traditional Fire Nation knowledge with systematic scientific investigation that advanced understanding of electrical principles while maintaining spiritual connection to fire's essential nature as creative and life-giving force rather than merely destructive power, demonstrating how technological innovation could enhance rather than diminish spiritual understanding. Prometheus's innovations in electrical motors and generators created mechanical systems that could convert between electrical and kinetic energy with efficiency that enabled practical applications for transportation and manufacturing. his devices providing power sources that were cleaner and more reliable than conventional methods, while offering precise control over speed and direction that improved performance in industrial and transportation applications. The electrical medical devices that Prometheus developed in collaboration with healers created new therapeutic possibilities through controlled application of electrical stimulation that could treat paralysis and nerve damage while providing pain relief and accelerated healing. His innovations demonstrating how electrical energy could serve healing purposes when applied with proper understanding and medical supervision that ensured patient safety and treatment effectiveness. The energy storage systems that Prometheus created enabled conservation of electrical power for use during periods when generation capacity was inadequate or unavailable. His battery technologies providing backup power that could maintain essential services during emergencies, while enabling more efficient utilization of generating capacity through load balancing that matched supply with demand patterns throughout daily and seasonal cycles. Prometheus's environmental monitoring systems utilized electrical sensors to detect air and water pollution that could affect public health and environmental quality. His techniques enabling early identification of contamination sources while providing data that supported regulatory decisions and remediation efforts that protected communities from industrial hazards and environmental degradation that could result from rapid technological development. Prometheus's death during his 61-year was caused by electrical accident during experimental work with high-voltage systems. His dedication to advancing electrical technology continuing until his final moments, while his innovations provided foundation for continued development of electrical applications that served human welfare while maintaining safety, standards, and environmental responsibility that prevented technological progress from creating more problems than solutions. These innovator avatars, whose revolutionary discoveries transformed entire aspects of civilization, established precedents for using cosmic power to unlock natural secrets and create technological capabilities that elevated human potential, while maintaining spiritual principles and ethical foundations that ensured advancement, served genuine welfare rather than merely satisfying curiosity or demonstrating superiority over natural limitations that had previously constrained human achievement and social development. In the epochs when the boundaries between physical and spiritual realms had grown thin through centuries of avatar intervention and cosmic manipulation, when the accumulated wisdom of countless incarnations had begun to reveal mysteries that transcended normal understanding of consciousness and reality, there emerged avatars whose greatest achievements lay not in worldly accomplishments or political victories, but in their profound exploration of existence itself, beings who pushed beyond the conventional limits of avatar power to discover truths about the nature of life, death, and the eternal forces that connected all things across dimensions that ordinary perception could never access. Avatar Ohm's awakening among the air nomads came during the Great Transcendence, when spiritual practices had evolved to such sophistication that individual consciousness could be projected beyond physical form for extended periods, enabling exploration of realms and dimensions that existed parallel to the material world, while maintaining enough connection to bodily existence to ensure safe return from journeys that could easily result in permanent separation from mortal life if undertaken without adequate preparation and spiritual protection. The meditation techniques that existed during Ohm's childhood had been developed through centuries of refinement by air nomad masters whose understanding of consciousness transcended normal categories of individual identity and universal awareness. Their methods enabling practitioners to dissolve the boundaries between self and cosmos while maintaining enough personal coherence to function effectively as bridges between different levels of reality that operated according to principles alien to ordinary human experience and understanding. Om's first extended journey into the spirit world occurred during his 21st year, when meditation designed to last only hours extended into days without his consciousness returning to physical form, his awareness traveling through dimensions where time moved according to different principles, while space expanded and contracted according to spiritual forces rather than physical laws. His exploration revealing landscapes and entities that existed beyond normal avatar experience, while testing his ability to maintain individual identity. The knowledge that Om acquired during his 50-year sojourn in spiritual dimensions encompassed information about cosmic cycles and universal principles that governed existence across multiple planes of reality, his consciousness expanding to comprehend relationships between physical events and their spiritual causes, while learning how individual actions created ripple effects that influenced outcomes across vast distances in both space and time, demonstrating interconnectedness that exceeded anything previously understood about cause and consequence. The beings that Om encountered during his spiritual travels ranged from ancient entities whose existence predated physical reality to cosmic forces that operated on scales that dwarfed galaxies and solar systems. His conversations with these intelligences, providing perspective on human civilization and avatar responsibilities that revealed how limited earthly concerns appeared when viewed from truly universal vantage points that encompassed the entirety of existence rather than focusing on particular worlds or a species. The wisdom that Om brought back from his extended spiritual journey transformed Air Nomad understanding of meditation and consciousness, while providing insights that influenced avatar training for centuries. His teachings revealing how spiritual development could transcend normal limitations to achieve states of awareness that approached cosmic consciousness, while maintaining enough individual identity to serve as effective bridges between dimensions and levels of reality that required conscious mediation. Om's establishment of advanced spiritual training programs created systematic approaches to developing transcendental abilities that enabled practitioners to explore non-physical dimensions safely while maintaining connection to their material existence. His methods combining traditional Air Nomad techniques with innovations derived from his unprecedented spiritual experiences, ensuring that future generations could benefit from cosmic wisdom without risking the kind of dissolution that had threatened his individual identity. The philosophical frameworks that Om developed for understanding multidimensional reality created intellectual tools that enabled ordinary humans to comprehend cosmic principles and universal relationships that transcended normal categories of thought and perception. His teachings providing mental structures that could contain insights about infinity and eternity without overwhelming consciousness that had evolved to handle finite and temporal concerns that characterized physical existence. Om's innovations in collective meditation enabled groups of practitioners to combine their consciousness for exploring spiritual dimensions that individual awareness could not access safely, his techniques creating shared spiritual experiences that provided mutual support and protection, while enabling investigations of cosmic mysteries that required more than single minds could provide, demonstrating how cooperation could transcend normal limitations while maintaining individual identity and autonomy. The cosmic calendar that Om created based upon his observations of universal cycles provided framework for understanding how spiritual forces influenced physical events across vast timescales. His calculations revealing patterns that connected individual lifetimes to cosmic developments, while showing how avatar incarnations were timed to coincide with periods when particular types of spiritual intervention would be most effective for maintaining balance and promoting evolution. Ohm's research into the nature of consciousness itself revealed that individual awareness was merely localized manifestation of universal mind that encompassed all existence, his discoveries showing how personal identity could expand to cosmic levels while maintaining enough coherence to function effectively as conscious agent, rather than dissolving completely into undifferentiated awareness that lacked capacity for purposeful action or meaningful relationship with others. The healing techniques that Ohm developed utilizing cosmic consciousness enabled treatment of spiritual ailments that originated beyond physical existence, while addressing karmic imbalances that created patterns of suffering across multiple ailments. Lifetimes, his methods providing therapeutic approaches that addressed root causes rather than merely treating symptoms, while offering hope for permanent resolution of problems that seem to have no solutions within normal understanding of cause and effect. Ohm's death during his 92nd year was witnessed by thousands of air nomads who reported that his consciousness seemed to expand gradually beyond individual form while maintaining communication with disciples until the moment when his awareness merged completely with cosmic forces, his transition demonstrating that death was transformation rather than termination, while his continued presence could be felt by those who had developed adequate spiritual sensitivity. Avatar Luna's emergence among the water tribes came during the Age of Dreams, when increasing spiritual sophistication had created awareness that sleeping consciousness could access information and experiences that were unavailable during waking hours. The phenomenon of dreaming being recognized as a form of spiritual travel that enabled contact with other minds and dimensions, while providing prophetic insights about future events that could influence planning and decision-making for both individuals and communities. The dream-walking abilities that Luna developed during her childhood enabled her to enter other people's sleeping minds while they dreamed, her consciousness traveling through shared dreamscapes that revealed hidden thoughts and memories, while providing opportunities for healing, psychological trauma, and spiritual ailments that could not be addressed through conventional therapeutic methods, her unique capabilities making her valuable counselor and healer whose services were sought throughout water tribe territories. The therapeutic applications that Luna pioneered for dream intervention created new approaches to treating nightmares and sleep disorders that had been poorly understood by conventional medicine. Her techniques enabling direct engagement with subconscious fears and anxieties, while providing dream experiences that could heal psychological wounds and restore emotional balance through symbolic resolution of conflicts that conscious mind could not address effectively through rational analysis and willpower. Luna's exploration of collective dreaming revealed that multiple consciousnesses could share dream experiences that transcended individual memory and imagination. Her investigations showing how groups of people could access shared dreamscapes that contained information about past events and future possibilities, while providing meeting places where minds could communicate across vast distances through dream connections that operated according to spiritual rather than physical principles. The prophetic dreams that Luna experienced and interpreted provided warnings about natural disasters and political crises that enabled communities to prepare for challenges that would have been devastating if they had occurred without advance notice, her predictions proving accurate enough to establish her reputation as a reliable source of guidance, while demonstrating how dream consciousness could access information about future events through spiritual connections that transcended normal temporal limitations. Luna's establishment of dream healing centers created institutions where people suffering from psychological trauma could receive treatment through guided dream experiences that addressed root causes of mental illness while providing safe environments where subconscious healing could occur under professional supervision. Her innovations demonstrating how dreams could serve therapeutic purposes when properly understood and skillfully guided by trained practitioners. The dream research that Luna conducted revealed complex relationships between sleeping consciousness and waking experience. Her investigations showing how dreams process daily experiences while integrating new information with existing memory patterns, while her discoveries about dream symbolism provided tools for interpreting subconscious communication that enabled better understanding of psychological processes that operated below conscious awareness. Luna's development of lucid dreaming techniques enabled practitioners to maintain conscious control within dream states while accessing enhanced creativity and problem-solving capabilities that emerged when normal, rational constraints were relaxed. Her methods providing tools for artistic inspiration and intellectual breakthrough, while enabling exploration of possibilities that waking consciousness might dismiss as impractical or impossible. The nightmare intervention protocols that Luna created enabled healers to enter traumatic dreams and guide dreamers toward resolution of conflicts that were creating recurring psychological disturbance. Her techniques providing direct treatment for post-traumatic stress and phobia, while demonstrating how healing could occur through symbolic rather than literal engagement with sources of fear and anxiety that conventional therapy had difficulty addressing. Luna's innovations in dream communication created networks that enabled long-distance contact between individuals who had developed adequate dream-walking abilities, her methods providing alternatives to conventional communication that could operate instantly across vast distances, while offering privacy that physical messages could not guarantee, demonstrating practical applications for spiritual abilities that serve both personal and community needs. The sleep medicine that emerged from Luna's research addressed insomnia and sleep disorders through techniques that restored natural dream cycles while treating underlying spiritual imbalances that disrupted normal rest patterns. Her therapeutic approaches combining dream intervention with conventional healing methods to provide comprehensive treatment that addressed both physical and psychological factors that affected sleep quality and dream experiences. Luna's training programs for dream healers created systematic approaches to developing dream-walking abilities while maintaining ethical standards that protected both practitioners and clients from psychological harm that could result from inappropriate intervention in subconscious processes. Her educational methods ensuring that dream healing would serve beneficial purposes while preventing abuse of intimate access to other people's minds and memories. Luna's death during her 76th year occurred while she was engaged in dream-walking session, her consciousness traveling through shared dreamscape when her connection to physical form was severed by massive heart attack. Though witnesses reported that her presence in dream realm continued for several days after physical death while she completed healing work and prepared for transition to whatever existence awaited beyond mortal life. Avatar Sage's emergence among the Earth Kingdom communities came during the time of sorrows, when warfare and disaster had created unprecedented numbers of unquiet dead, whose spirits remained earthbound due to unresolved conflicts and unfulfilled obligations, their presence creating spiritual disturbances that affected living communities while preventing natural cycles of death and rebirth that maintained cosmic balance through orderly transition of consciousness between different forms of existence. The necromantic abilities that Sage developed during his youth enabled communication with spirits of deceased individuals whose consciousness had not completed normal transition to whatever existence awaited beyond physical death. His conversations with these entities revealing how strong emotions and unfinished business could anchor souls to earthly existence while creating suffering for both departed spirits and living people who were affected by their continuing presence. Sage's first major intervention with earthbound spirits occurred when plague victims who had died in agony began manifesting as hostile ghosts that terrorized survivors and prevented recovery of communities that had been devastated by disease. His mediation between living and dead, enabling resolution of conflicts that had been preventing natural healing, while providing closure that allowed both communities and spirits to move forward, rather than remaining trapped in cycles of grief and resentment. The spiritual counseling techniques that Sage developed for helping earthbound spirits resolve issues that prevented their natural transition created new approaches to death and dying that recognize continuing consciousness after physical death, while providing practical methods for assisting both dying and deceased individuals through processes that conventional understanding had inadequately addressed. His innovations reducing suffering while promoting healthy relationships between living and dead. Sage's establishment of spirit communication services enabled families to maintain contact with deceased relatives, while ensuring that such relationships served healing rather than unhealthy attachment that prevented natural grieving and acceptance of loss. His protocols balancing compassionate assistance with wisdom about dangers of refusing to accept death as natural transition rather than tragedy that required denial and desperate attempts to maintain impossible connections. The battlefield ministrations that Sage provided during major conflicts involved guiding dying soldiers through death process while helping their spirits achieve peaceful transition rather than remaining earthbound due to trauma, unfulfilled obligations. His presence reducing spiritual disturbances that could affect survivors while providing comfort to dying individuals whose fear of death created resistance that made natural transition difficult and sometimes impossible without assistance. Sage's research into the nature of consciousness after death revealed that individual awareness continued beyond physical existence, while gradually integrating with universal consciousness through processes that could be facilitated by proper preparation and spiritual guidance. His investigations showing how death education could reduce fear, while improving outcomes for both dying individuals and communities that were affected by their transition. The funeral practices that Sage developed combined traditional Earth Kingdom customs with innovations derived from his communication with deceased spirits, his ceremonies providing spiritual support for transition, while offering healing opportunities for grieving families, demonstrating how death rituals could serve both practical and spiritual functions when designed with adequate understanding of continued consciousness and ongoing relationships between living and deceased community members. Sage's innovations in grief counseling addressed psychological trauma that resulted from loss of loved ones, while providing spiritual perspective that enabled acceptance of death as transformation rather than termination. His therapeutic approaches combining emotional support with spiritual education that helped survivors understand death as natural process rather than incomprehensible tragedy that destroyed meaning and hope for continued connection. And Éventuelle Réunion. The mediumship training programs that Sage established created systematic approaches to developing spirit communication abilities while maintaining ethical standards that prevented exploitation of grieving families and ensured that contact with deceased spirits served healing rather than perpetuating unhealthy attachment. His educational methods producing qualified practitioners whose services could be trusted to provide genuine assistance rather than fraudulent manipulation. Sage's work with suicide victims and their families addressed spiritual complications that arose when individuals died through self-destruction that violated natural life cycles. His interventions, helping trapped spirits resolve issues that had led to desperate action, while providing support for survivors whose guilt and confusion created additional spiritual disturbances that affected entire communities and required specialized understanding and treatment. The hospice care innovations that Sage pioneered provided spiritual support for dying individuals while preparing families for loss and continued relationship through different forms of connection. His methods, reducing fear and resistance that made death difficult while providing practical guidance for maintaining healthy relationships with deceased loved ones through mourning periods and beyond. Sage's death during his 83rd year was attended by spirits of countless individuals whose transition he had facilitated, their gratitude creating phenomena that were witnessed throughout Earth Kingdom territory, while his own spirit remained accessible to successors who continued his work of mediating between living and dead, demonstrating that service continued beyond physical existence for those whose dedication transcended normal limitations of individual life. Avatar Phoenix's emergence among the Fire Nation communities came during the era of Ultimate Mysteries, when spiritual development had reached levels that enabled exploration of existence beyond death through techniques that could temporarily separate consciousness from physical form, while maintaining connection that enabled return to life. His unique abilities creating opportunities for investigating ultimate questions about existence, while testing limits of what avatar power could accomplish through manipulation of forces that governed life and death. The resurrection techniques that Phoenix developed during his adult years enabled restoration of life to individuals who had recently died through methods that reconnected consciousness with physical form before decomposition made such revival impossible. His innovations, providing hope for families while demonstrating that death was not always a permanent barrier, but could sometimes be reversed through sufficient spiritual power and knowledge of processes that govern transition between existence and non-existence. Phoenix's first experience with voluntary death and resurrection occurred during meditation designed to explore consciousness beyond physical limitations, his spirit separating from body for extended period, while maintaining connection through avatar state power that enabled return to life after experiencing existence in dimensions that were normally accessible only through permanent death. His journey providing unprecedented information about post-mortem consciousness and spiritual development. The immortality research that Phoenix conducted through repeated death and resurrection experiences revealed how consciousness could maintain continuity across multiple physical deaths while accumulating spiritual development that enabled increasingly sophisticated understanding of cosmic principles and universal relationships. His experiments demonstrating that avatar power could transcend normal biological limitations when applied with sufficient knowledge and spiritual development. The medical applications that emerged from Phoenix's resurrection techniques created new possibilities for treating death caused by accident and violence, when intervention occurred quickly enough to prevent irreversible separation of consciousness from physical form. His methods saving lives while advancing understanding of relationship between spiritual and biological aspects of existence that conventional medicine had been unable to investigate adequately. Phoenix's establishment of mystery schools that taught advanced spiritual techniques created institutions where selected students could explore consciousness beyond normal limitations, while maintaining safety through supervised practice and gradual development that prevented premature attempts at techniques that required extensive preparation and spiritual maturity to perform safely and effectively. The philosophical implications of Phoenix's immortality experiences challenged fundamental assumptions about existence and purpose, while providing perspectives on human life that revealed both its preciousness and its limitations. Within larger cosmic contexts, his teachings about consciousness and death, enabling students to develop healthy relationships with mortality, while pursuing spiritual development that transcended normal boundaries of individual existence. The ethical questions raised by Phoenix's ability to reverse death created complex moral dilemmas about when such intervention was appropriate and when natural death should be accepted as proper completion of individual existence. His protocols for resurrection, requiring careful consideration of circumstances and consequences, while respecting natural cycles and individual autonomy regarding life and death decisions. Phoenix's repeated resurrections revealed that each return to life became more difficult as his consciousness accumulated experiences that transcended physical existence, his spiritual development eventually reaching levels that made permanent return to mortal form increasingly unlikely, while his wisdom about existence beyond death provided valuable guidance for understanding ultimate questions about purpose and meaning. The longevity treatments that Phoenix developed through his resurrection research enabled extension of natural lifespan while maintaining health and vitality that allowed individuals to continue contributing to community welfare and spiritual development rather than merely prolonging existence. Without purpose or quality, his innovations demonstrating how death could be postponed when continued life served beneficial purposes for both individuals and society. Phoenix's final resurrection attempt failed when his consciousness had become so developed through repeated death experiences that permanent separation from physical form became inevitable, his transition to pure spiritual existence being witnessed by students who reported continued communication with his consciousness through meditation and spiritual practices that he had taught during his unprecedented lifetime of Kuti's exploration. These mystic avatars, whose achievements transcended normal understanding of consciousness and existence, established precedents for using avatar power to explore ultimate mysteries while demonstrating both possibilities and dangers of pushing spiritual development beyond conventional limitations. Their discoveries advancing knowledge about death, consciousness, and spiritual evolution, while revealing how cosmic wisdom could be applied to serving human welfare through understanding that transcended normal categories of life and death. In the Golden Age, when the four nations had achieved unprecedented prosperity and technological advancement through centuries of avatar guidance and international cooperation, when populations had grown beyond what existing territories could comfortably support, and the accumulated wisdom of countless innovations had created capabilities that transcended traditional limitations of human achievement, there emerged avatars whose greatest legacy lay not in preserving what existed, but in literally reshaping the world itself. Beings who wielded cosmic power as architects of reality to create new lands, new possibilities, and new forms of existence that would provide foundations for civilizations yet unimagined. Avatar Kala's awakening among the water tribes came during the Great Expansion, when growing populations throughout the known world had begun to strain the carrying capacity of existing landmasses, while climate changes and resource depletion created pressure for discovering or creating new territories that could support the millions of people whose survival depended upon access to fertile lands and abundant water sources that were becoming increasingly scarce due to overuse and environmental degradation that threatened to reverse centuries of progress and prosperity. The waterbending techniques that existed during Kala's childhood had reached unprecedented levels of sophistication through generations of refinement and innovation. Her people's mastery of their element, encompassing not only manipulation of liquid water, but also profound understanding of how moisture, ice, and vapor could be controlled across vast scales and extreme conditions, their abilities enabling influence over weather patterns and oceanic currents that affected entire continental regions through coordinated efforts that required both individual skill and collective cooperation. Kayla's first experiments with large-scale geographical manipulation occurred during her early adulthood, when coastal communities faced displacement due to rising sea levels that threatened to submerge settlements and agricultural lands that had supported water tribe civilization for generations. Her avatar abilities, enabling her to explore possibilities for creating new land through techniques that went beyond conventional earthbending to encompass fundamental manipulation of the relationship between water and solid matter at unprecedented scales. The theoretical framework that Carla developed for understanding how water could be used to create permanent land masses drew upon advanced knowledge of how oceanic currents, mineral deposition, and geological processes could be accelerated and directed through avatar power that operated at cosmic levels rather than merely local manipulation. Her research revealing that the boundary between liquid and solid states of matter was more fluid than traditional understanding had recognized when sufficient spiritual energy was applied with proper knowledge and technique. The first island that Carla raised from oceanic depths utilized waterbending techniques that removed water from underwater mountain peaks, while simultaneously depositing sediment and mineral matter that created stable foundations capable of supporting permanent settlements. Her methods, combining spiritual influence over water with precise manipulation of underwater geology that required avatar state power sustained over months of continuous effort, while maintaining environmental balance that prevented ecological damage. Carla's innovations in coral cultivation enabled acceleration of natural reef-building processes that created extensive underwater foundations for new land masses. Her techniques encouraging growth of coral formations that could support soil deposition and eventual emergence of islands through biological processes that had been enhanced and directed through spiritual intervention, demonstrating how avatar power could work with natural systems rather than imposing artificial solutions that violated ecological principles. The agricultural preparation that Carla incorporated into her island creation projects involved importing soil and establishing plant communities that could thrive in marine environments while gradually transforming saltwater-influenced landscapes into fertile farmlands capable of supporting large populations. Her methods creating sustainable ecosystems rather than merely providing temporary land that would become uninhabitable due to inadequate preparation and environmental planning. The settlement planning that Carla conducted while creating new islands incorporated lessons learned from centuries of urban development and architectural innovation, her designs providing communities with adequate infrastructure for fresh water, waste management, transportation, and defense while maintaining harmony with marine environments that surrounded their new territories, demonstrating how geographical creation could serve both practical and aesthetic purposes when properly planned and executed. Kayla's establishment of maritime navigation networks enabled safe travel between her newly created islands and existing territories, while providing economic connections that made new settlements viable through trade relationships and resource sharing that benefited both established and developing communities. Her transportation systems, utilizing ocean currents and weather patterns that she could influence through waterbending to provide efficient and reliable connections across vast distances. The environmental protection measures that Carla built into her island creation projects ensured that new lands would not damage existing oceanic ecosystems, while providing habitat for marine life that enhanced rather than diminished biodiversity in regions where her geographical modifications had altered natural conditions. Her methods demonstrating how large-scale construction could serve ecological health rather than causing environmental destruction. The population settlement programs that Carla organized for her new islands provided opportunities for people from overcrowded regions to establish communities in territories that offered abundant resources and room for expansion while maintaining cultural connections to their original homelands through communication and trade networks that preserved identity while enabling adaptation to new environments and circumstances. Kayla's innovations in weather modification enabled her to create favorable climatic conditions for her new islands, while maintaining balance in regional weather patterns that affected existing territories. Her techniques providing adequate rainfall and temperature control for agricultural success, while preventing the kind of atmospheric disruption that could create storms or droughts in neighboring areas that depended upon stable weather for their own survival and prosperity. The architectural integration that Carla achieved between natural formations and human construction created settlements that appeared to grow organically from landscape, while providing all modern conveniences and defensive capabilities that communities required for security and comfort. Her designs demonstrating how human habitation could enhance rather than diminish natural beauty while serving practical needs through innovative approaches to building and planning. Carla's death during her 73rd year was accompanied by the completion of her greatest project, an archipelago of interconnected islands that provided homes for over 100,000 people, while creating marine sanctuary that enhanced oceanic biodiversity. Her legacy ensuring that geographical creation would continue through techniques and principles that she had established for working with natural systems rather than imposing artificial solutions. Avatar Mason's emergence among the Earth Kingdom communities came during the Age of Stone, when architectural ambitions and population pressures had created demand for construction projects that exceeded what conventional building techniques could accomplish within reasonable time frames and resource constraints. The need for massive public works and defensive installations requiring innovations that could reshape landscapes, while providing structures that would serve community needs for centuries without requiring constant maintenance and reconstruction. The earthbending mastery that existed during Mason's childhood had evolved through generations of architectural innovation and engineering advancement to encompass techniques that could manipulate stone at molecular levels while maintaining perfect understanding of structural principles and load distribution. Her people's abilities enabling construction of buildings and infrastructure that combined aesthetic beauty with practical functionality through methods that worked with geological forces rather than simply imposing human designs upon resistant materials. Mason's revolutionary approach to large-scale construction involved treating entire mountains and cliff faces as raw materials that could be carved and shaped into integrated architectural complexes that served multiple functions, while maintaining harmony with natural geological processes. Her techniques enabling creation of cities that appeared to have grown from living rock while providing all amenities and conveniences that modern civilization required for supporting large populations in comfort and security. The first mountain city that Mason created demonstrated how earthbending could be applied to architectural projects that dwarfed anything previously attempted, her work transforming entire geological formations into interconnected complexes of residential, commercial, and public spaces that accommodated thousands of people while providing defensive advantages and environmental control that made these communities virtually impregnable against both military attack and natural disasters. Mason's innovations in stone carving enabled precision that exceeded what human craftsmen could achieve through conventional tools and techniques. Her earthbending allowing creation of decorative elements and functional features that required manipulation of individual crystals and mineral formations while maintaining structural integrity and aesthetic coherence across massive architectural projects that encompassed entire geographical features. The underground infrastructure that Mason integrated into her mountain cities included comprehensive systems for water distribution, waste management, ventilation, and transportation that utilized natural cave networks and created artificial passages that connected all parts of these communities while remaining hidden from external observation. Her engineering, providing security and convenience, while demonstrating how earthbending could serve practical functions that supported comfortable urban living. The defensive innovations that Mason incorporated into her architectural projects created fortifications that utilized geological advantages while providing protection against both conventional military attacks and earthbending assaults that might attempt to undermine structural foundations. Her designs enabling communities to withstand prolonged sieges while maintaining normal civic functions through self-sufficient systems that could operate independently of external supply lines. Mason's development of earthquake-resistant construction techniques created architectural principles that could withstand major seismic events while maintaining functionality and habitability. Her methods utilizing flexible joints and distributed load-bearing systems that absorbed and redirected geological forces rather than attempting to resist them through rigid structures that might fail catastrophically under extreme stress conditions. The industrial integration that Mason achieved in her mountain cities included workshops, foundries, and manufacturing facilities that were carved directly from living rock, while providing adequate ventilation and safety features for metalworking and other production activities that required high temperatures and precise environmental control. Her designs enabling economic self-sufficiency while maintaining architectural beauty and structural integrity. The artistic elements that Mason incorporated into her architectural projects demonstrated how functional construction could serve aesthetic purposes through decorative carving and sculptural features that enhanced community life while celebrating Earth Kingdom cultural values and artistic traditions. Her work showing how practical building could inspire and uplift inhabitants while serving utilitarian needs through beautiful and meaningful design. Mason's establishment of construction training academies created systematic approaches to teaching advanced earthbending techniques for architectural applications, while ensuring that future builders would maintain quality standards and safety protocols that prevented structural failures and construction accidents. Her educational programs producing skilled craftsmen who could continue her innovations while adapting them to specific community needs and geographical conditions. The resource management systems that Mason developed for her construction projects utilized earthbending to locate and extract building materials while minimizing environmental damage and ensuring sustainable use of geological resources. Her techniques enabling massive construction without depleting local stone formations or creating ecological disruption that could affect regional stability and natural beauty. The urban planning principles that Mason established for mountain cities balanced individual privacy with community interaction, while providing public spaces and civic facilities that supported democratic governance and cultural privacy activities. Her designs creating environments where people could live comfortably while maintaining social connections and participating in collective decision-making that served common interests and individual welfare. Mason's death during her 81st year occurred while she was completing detailed plans for her most ambitious project, a mountain range that would be entirely transformed into interconnected cities, capable of housing millions of people, while providing agricultural terraces and natural defenses that would support Earth Kingdom civilization for millennia. Her legacy inspiring continued development of architectural earthbending that served both practical and aesthetic purposes. Avatar Gale's emergence among the air nomads came during the Sky Renaissance, when spiritual development and technological innovation had created possibilities for permanent aerial habitation that transcended dependence upon ground-based resources and conventional architectural limitations. The vision of floating cities and sky-based civilization requiring avatar intervention that could maintain artificial islands suspended in atmospheric layers through techniques that combined advanced airbending with cosmic power. The airbending techniques that existed during Gale's childhood had evolved far beyond personal mobility and weather influence to encompass sophisticated manipulation of atmospheric pressure and air density that enabled creation of semi-permanent atmospheric structures. Her people's mastery of their element allowing construction of temporary platforms and enclosures that demonstrated possibilities for more ambitious aerial architecture that could serve as foundations for permanent sky-dwelling communities. Gale's first experiments with sustained aerial architecture involved creating atmospheric platforms that could support significant weight while remaining stable in various weather conditions. Her techniques utilizing precise manipulation of air pressure and density to create invisible foundations that could bear structural loads while providing flexibility that enabled adaptation to changing atmospheric conditions that might otherwise destroy rigid constructions. The floating temples that Gale constructed as demonstrations of advanced aerial architecture combined traditional air nomad spiritual practices with innovations in atmospheric manipulation that enabled permanent suspension of substantial buildings in sky locations that provided ideal conditions for meditation and spiritual development, while remaining accessible through flying bison and advanced airbending techniques that enabled human flight and aerial transportation. Gale's innovations in atmospheric engineering created methods for maintaining stable air pressure and temperature within floating structures while providing ventilation and weather protection that made aerial habitation comfortable and practical for extended periods. Her techniques enabling creation of enclosed spaces that could support normal human activities while maintaining the spiritual connection to sky and wind that was central to air nomad culture and identity. The agricultural systems that Gale developed for sky-based communities utilized hanging gardens and aeroponic cultivation that enabled food production without dependence upon soil or ground-based farming. Her methods providing sustainable nutrition for aerial settlements while maintaining harmony with atmospheric conditions and weather patterns that affected plant growth and agricultural productivity in sky environments. The transportation networks that Gale established between floating structures utilized air currents and atmospheric highways that enabled efficient travel while providing safety features that prevented accidents and ensured reliable communication between different aerial communities. Her systems creating infrastructure that supported sky-based civilization while maintaining flexibility and adaptability that characterized air nomad approaches to organization and planning. Gale's development of weather modification techniques for protecting aerial structures enabled floating cities to maintain stability during storms and adverse atmospheric conditions, while providing climate control that ensured comfortable living conditions regardless of seasonal changes and natural weather patterns that might otherwise make sky habitation impractical or dangerous for ordinary human beings. The defensive capabilities that Gale incorporated into her floating cities utilized atmospheric manipulation to create barriers and concealment that protected aerial communities from ground-based attacks, while providing mobility that enabled entire settlements to relocate when threatened by military forces or natural disasters that might endanger permanent installations. The spiritual observatories that Gale constructed at extreme altitudes provided air nomad monks with access to atmospheric conditions that enhanced meditation and spiritual development, while offering unprecedented views of celestial phenomena and weather patterns that enabled deeper understanding of cosmic cycles. and universal principles that influenced earthly events and spiritual evolution. Gale's establishment of sky-based research facilities created institutions where advanced airbending techniques could be developed and tested under ideal conditions, while providing laboratories for studying atmospheric physics and meteorology that advanced scientific understanding of weather systems and aerial phenomena that affected all nations regardless of their primary elemental affiliations and cultural orientations. The cultural preservation initiatives that Gale incorporated into her aerial architecture ensured that sky-based communities would maintain air nomad traditions and spiritual practices while adapting to unique conditions and opportunities that floating cities provided for advancing understanding of airbending and atmospheric manipulation through constant exposure to sky conditions and weather phenomena. The environmental monitoring systems that Gale established throughout her floating cities utilized elevated positions to observe and analyze atmospheric conditions and weather patterns across vast geographical areas while providing early warning capabilities for storms and climate changes that could affect ground-based communities and agricultural activities that depended upon stable weather patterns. Gale's death during her 77-year occurred while she was attempting to create a floating city capable of reaching the upper atmospheric layers where aurora phenomena occurred, her consciousness merging with high-altitude atmospheric forces, while her final project remained suspended in sky as monument to possibilities for aerial civilization that transcended conventional limitations of earthbound existence. Avatar Forge's emergence among the Fire Nation communities came during the Industrial Mastery period, when technological advancement and population growth had created demand for energy sources and manufacturing capabilities that exceeded what conventional methods could provide reliably and efficiently. The need for massive industrial infrastructure and urban heating systems, requiring innovations that could harness geothermal energy while creating artificial heat sources that would support civilization regardless of natural limitations. The firebending techniques that existed during Forge's childhood had evolved through centuries of industrial application to encompass precise temperature control and energy generation that enabled sophisticated manufacturing processes and architectural features. Her people's mastery of thermal manipulation, allowing creation of heating systems and power sources that supported urban civilization, while maintaining environmental balance and safety standards that prevented accidents, pollution. Forge's revolutionary approach to urban heating involved creating underground networks of thermal channels that could distribute geothermal energy throughout entire cities, while maintaining precise temperature control for both residential comfort and industrial applications. Her techniques utilizing avatar power to establish permanent connections to deep earth heat sources that would provide sustainable energy for centuries without depleting natural resources or causing environmental damage. The great furnaces that Forge constructed in major Fire Nation cities were architectural marvels that combined practical heating functions with artistic beauty, her designs creating thermal distribution systems that were integrated into building architecture while providing community gathering spaces and cultural centers that demonstrated how industrial infrastructure could serve social, aesthetic purposes while fulfilling essential practical functions. For urban civilization, Forge's innovations in metallurgy utilized precisely controlled high-temperature processes that enabled creation of alloys and materials with properties that exceeded what conventional smelting and forging could achieve. Her techniques, providing industrial capabilities that supported advanced manufacturing, while creating materials that enabled architectural and engineering projects that would have been impossible using traditional metals and construction materials. The district heating systems that Forge established throughout Fire Nation territory created comprehensive networks that provided thermal energy for residential, commercial, and industrial applications while maintaining efficiency and safety that prevented waste and accidents. Her infrastructure demonstrating how large-scale energy projects could serve entire populations while reducing individual household costs and environmental impact through centralized generation and distribution. The industrial complexes that Forge designed integrated manufacturing facilities with heating systems that utilized waste heat for practical applications while maintaining working conditions that supported both productivity and worker safety. Her innovations creating economic opportunities, while demonstrating how industrial development could enhance, rather than diminish quality of life through thoughtful planning and environmental consideration. Forge's development of thermal storage systems enabled conservation of heat energy during periods of low demand, while providing reserve capacity for emergency heating during extreme weather conditions or supply disruptions. Her techniques creating reliability and security that enabled communities to maintain essential services regardless of natural disasters or other circumstances that might interrupt normal energy generation and distribution systems. The architectural integration that Forge achieved between heating systems and building design created structures that utilized thermal energy for both practical heating and aesthetic features such as heated floors and walls that provided comfort while creating beautiful interior environments. Her innovations demonstrating how functional infrastructure could enhance rather than detract from architectural beauty and residential comfort. The environmental protection measures that Forge incorporated into her heating systems prevented air pollution and thermal waste while maintaining efficiency that reduced fuel consumption and ecological impact. Her techniques creating clean energy solutions that served industrial and residential needs while protecting air quality and preventing the kind of environmental degradation that could result from poorly designed energy systems. Forge's establishment of technical training programs created systematic approaches to teaching thermal engineering and heating system maintenance, while ensuring that future generations would possess skills needed for operating and improving heat distribution networks. Her educational initiatives producing qualified technicians who could maintain and expand thermal infrastructure while adapting it to changing community needs and technological developments. The safety protocols that Forge developed for high-temperature industrial operations created standards that prevented accidents and explosions while ensuring that workers could operate thermal equipment safely and efficiently. Her regulations demonstrating how industrial development could protect human welfare while maintaining productivity and economic benefits that supported community prosperity and individual opportunity. The cultural celebrations that Forge established around seasonal heating festivals created community traditions that brought people together while celebrating technological achievements and cultural values that connected industrial progress to social cohesion and shared identity. Her innovations showing how practical infrastructure could serve cultural functions while strengthening community bonds and collective purpose. Forge's death during her 69th year was marked by the completion of her greatest thermal project, a heating system that provided warmth for an entire metropolitan area while creating artistic displays of controlled flame that celebrated Fire Nation cultural achievements. Her legacy ensuring that thermal engineering would continue advancing while serving both practical needs and cultural expression that honored traditional values while embracing technological progress. These builder avatars, whose monumental achievements literally reshaped geographical and architectural possibilities, established precedents for using cosmic power to create rather than merely preserve or protect, their innovations providing foundations for civilizations that could support unprecedented populations while maintaining environmental balance and cultural values that connected technological advancement to spiritual wisdom and humanitarian service that elevated human potential while respecting natural systems and universal principles. In the centuries when suffering had accumulated beyond what ordinary healing could address, when warfare and spiritual corruption had created wounds that transcended individual bodies to encompass entire civilizations, whose collective trauma required intervention on scales that exceeded normal medical understanding, there emerged avatars whose greatest calling lay not in conquest or construction, but in the sacred art of restoration. Beings who wielded cosmic power as instruments of healing to mend what had been broken, purify what had been contaminated, and restore life to lands and peoples who had been touched by forces of destruction and decay. Avatar Vida's awakening among the water tribes came during the Great Sickness, when a plague of supernatural origin had begun spreading throughout the known world with virulence that exceeded anything recorded in medical histories, the disease manifesting not only as physical ailment that killed bodies, but as spiritual contamination that corrupted souls and created suffering that persisted beyond death, requiring intervention that could address both biological and metaphysical aspects of an epidemic that threatened to destroy civilization itself through accumulated agony and despair. The water-bending healing techniques that existed during Vida's childhood had been developed through centuries of refinement to address conventional injuries and illnesses, but the practitioners who trained her found their traditional methods inadequate for treating conditions that operated according to principles that transcended normal understanding of disease and recovery. The plague's effects encompassing not only physical symptoms, but spiritual corruption that influenced consciousness and behavior in ways that conventional medicine could neither explain nor effectively treat through established therapeutic approaches. Vida's first encounter with plague victims revealed the supernatural nature of the disease, when her standard healing techniques not only failed to provide relief, but seemed to worsen patients' conditions by strengthening spiritual contamination that fed upon life energy and healing intention. Her initial attempts at treatment teaching her that this epidemic required entirely new approaches that could address both physical ailment and the spiritual poison that was its underlying cause and source of continuing malevolence. The research that Vida conducted into the plague's origins led her deep into spiritual realms, where she discovered that the disease had been created by dark entities whose hatred of life had manifested as supernatural contagion, designed to cause maximum suffering while spreading through both physical contact and spiritual connection. Her investigations revealing that effective treatment would require not only medical intervention, but spiritual purification that could cleanse contamination at its source. The breakthrough that enabled Vida to develop effective treatments for the plague came when she learned to combine water-bending healing with avatar state power that could channel purifying energy from cosmic sources, her techniques utilizing spiritual forces that operated beyond normal elemental limitations to cleanse both physical infection and supernatural contamination, while protecting healers from exposure to corrupting influences that had killed or driven mad many who had attempted to treat plague victims. The mass healing ceremonies that Vida organized to combat the plague's spread utilized coordinated efforts by hundreds of water-bending healers whose abilities had been enhanced through spiritual techniques that enabled them to channel purifying energy without becoming contaminated themselves. Her methods creating healing networks that could address entire populations while maintaining protection for practitioners who served as conduits for cosmic forces that transcended individual capability and normal therapeutic limitations. Vida's innovations in spiritual purification created techniques that could cleanse not only living patients but also locations and objects that had been contaminated by plague exposure. her methods enabling communities to recover from epidemic devastation while preventing reinfection through environmental sources that harbored supernatural contagion capable of reigniting outbreaks when medical vigilance was relaxed or protective measures were abandoned due to false confidence in recovery. The psychological healing that Vida developed for plague survivors addressed trauma and spiritual damage that persisted after physical recovery. Her therapeutic approaches, combining conventional counseling with spiritual restoration that could repair consciousness damage, while helping individuals rebuild identity and purpose after surviving experiences that had challenged fundamental assumptions about existence, suffering, and the nature of evil that could manifest as disease and deliberate cruelty. The medical training programs that Vida established for treating supernatural diseases created systematic approaches to diagnosing and treating conditions that operated according to principles beyond normal biological understanding. Her curricula combining traditional healing knowledge with spiritual techniques that enabled practitioners to address metaphysical aspects of illness while maintaining protection against corruption and contamination that could affect healers who lacked adequate spiritual preparation and defensive capabilities. Vida's establishment of healing sanctuaries provided protected environments where plague victims could receive treatment without risking infection of surrounding communities. Her institutions utilizing spiritual barriers and purification systems that prevented disease spread while creating conditions optimal for recovery through intensive medical attention and spiritual restoration that addressed both physical symptoms and supernatural contamination that conventional isolation could not contain or eliminate effectively. The research into disease prevention that Vida conducted revealed how spiritual health and moral character affected susceptibility to supernatural contagion. Her investigations showing that individuals with strong ethical foundations and pure intentions were naturally resistant to plague infection, while those whose character had been weakened through selfishness and cruelty were vulnerable to contamination that used their spiritual weaknesses as pathways for spreading suffering and corruption. The public health measures that Vida implemented combined conventional quarantine procedures with spiritual protection techniques that created community-wide resistance to supernatural contagion. Her policies requiring both physical hygiene and moral purification, while providing education about spiritual practices that could maintain individual and collective immunity against diseases that operated through metaphysical as well as biological transmission vectors. Vida's innovations in emergency medical response created rapid deployment capabilities for addressing supernatural disease outbreaks before they could establish self-sustaining transmission patterns. Her mobile treatment units combining advanced healing equipment with spiritual practitioners who could provide immediate intervention while coordinating with local healers to establish comprehensive treatment protocols that addressed both immediate symptoms and long-term recovery requirements. The international cooperation that Vida fostered between healers from all 4 nations created unprecedented coordination for combating diseases that transcended political boundaries. Her diplomatic efforts establishing protocols for sharing medical knowledge and resources while maintaining unity of purpose that enabled effective response to threats that could only be defeated through collective action and mutual support that transcended national interests and cultural differences. The pharmaceutical innovations that Vida developed utilized water-bending techniques to create medicines with enhanced potency and reduced side effects. Her methods enabling production of therapeutic compounds that could address both physical symptoms and spiritual contamination, while providing treatments that were both more effective and safer than conventional medications that lacked spiritual enhancement and purification capabilities. Vida's death during her 87th year came while she was treating the final outbreak of the Great Plague, her consciousness merging with purifying forces as her life energy was consumed by the massive healing effort required to cleanse the last vestiges of supernatural contamination, her sacrifice ensuring that the disease would never return while her techniques remained available to future healers who might face similar threats to human welfare and spiritual health. Avatar Remedy's emergence among the Earth Kingdom communities came during the Age of Poisoned Lands, when centuries of warfare and industrial development had created environmental contamination that rendered vast territories uninhabitable, while poisoning water sources and soil systems that had supported civilization for millennia, the scope of ecological damage exceeding what conventional restoration efforts could address within reasonable timeframes, while threatening to expand into regions that remained healthy. The earthbending techniques that existed during Remedy's childhood had been developed primarily for construction and agriculture, rather than environmental restoration, her teachers possessing sophisticated abilities for manipulating stone and soil, but lacking systematic understanding of how elemental power could be used to cleanse contamination and restore natural balance to landscapes that had been damaged by industrial processes and military activities that had prioritized immediate benefits over long-term environmental consequences. Remedy's first attempts at land restoration involved experimenting with earthbending techniques that could remove contaminated soil while replacing it with clean earth that would support plant growth. Her initial efforts teaching her that environmental healing required understanding not only of how to move and manipulate matter, but also of how to restore the spiritual energy and natural relationships that made land truly fertile, capable of supporting life in sustainable abundance. The breakthrough that enabled Remedy to develop effective land restoration techniques came when she learned to combine earthbending with spiritual energy that could cleanse contamination at molecular levels while restoring natural harmony between soil organisms and mineral components that created fertility. Her methods utilizing avatar power that operated beyond normal elemental limitations to address both physical contamination and spiritual damage that conventional restoration could not detect or treat effectively. The earth-singing techniques that Remedy pioneered utilized specific vocal frequencies combined with earthbending that could encourage healing processes in contaminated landscapes, her methods creating resonances that stimulated natural purification, while accelerating restoration processes that would normally require decades or centuries to complete through unassisted recovery, demonstrating how avatar power could work with, rather than override natural systems to achieve healing outcomes. The microbial restoration that Remedy developed addressed contamination at biological levels by introducing beneficial organisms that could break down pollutants while creating soil conditions that supported healthy plant communities. Her techniques utilizing earthbending to create optimal environments for biological remediation, while monitoring and adjusting conditions to ensure that restoration processes proceeded efficiently without creating new ecological imbalances. Remedy's innovations in phytoremediation utilized plants whose growth could be enhanced through earthbending to absorb contaminants from soil and water sources, while creating vegetation that could eventually be harvested and processed to remove pollution permanently from contaminated landscapes. Her methods providing sustainable approaches to environmental restoration that created useful biomass, while cleansing damaged ecosystems through natural biological processes. The watershed restoration projects that Remedy conducted addressed water contamination that affected entire river systems and groundwater reserves. Her techniques enabling purification of polluted water sources while restoring natural flow patterns and aquatic habitats that supported biodiversity, and provided clean water for human communities that depended upon these resources for survival and economic activity. Remedy's establishment of ecological monitoring systems created ongoing assessment capabilities that could detect environmental contamination before it reached critical levels, while providing early warning of pollution sources that required immediate intervention. Her networks utilizing earthbending sensors that could analyze soil and water chemistry, while coordinating with other monitoring systems to provide comprehensive environmental intelligence. The agricultural restoration that Remedy pioneered enabled contaminated farmlands to return to productive use through techniques that cleansed soil while rebuilding fertility that could support sustainable farming practices. Her methods providing food security for communities that had lost access to agricultural land, while demonstrating how environmental healing could serve both ecological health and human welfare through integrated approaches to restoration and development. The industrial cleanup projects that Remedy conducted addressed contamination from mining operations and manufacturing facilities that had created toxic waste sites, requiring specialized intervention. Her techniques enabling safe removal and processing of hazardous materials, while restoring landscapes that could support both natural ecosystems and human activities through comprehensive remediation that addressed both immediate hazards and long-term sustainability requirements. Remedy's development of contamination prevention techniques created methods for identifying and addressing pollution sources before they could cause extensive environmental damage. Her approaches enabling industries and communities to maintain economic activities while preventing the kind of ecological destruction that had necessitated massive restoration efforts in regions where environmental protection had been inadequate or completely absent. The training programs that Remedy established for environmental restoration taught earthbenders specialized techniques for addressing contamination, while maintaining safety protocols that protected practitioners from exposure to toxic materials. Her educational initiatives, producing qualified specialists who could conduct restoration work while advancing techniques and knowledge that would improve environmental healing capabilities across future generations. The international environmental treaties that Remedy negotiated created cooperative frameworks for addressing contamination that crossed political boundaries, while establishing standards and protocols that prevented new pollution, while coordinating restoration efforts that required resources and expertise that exceeded what individual nations could provide through unilateral action and isolated domestic programs. Remedy's death during her 79-year occurred while she was attempting to cleanse a vast desert that had been created by industrial contamination, her consciousness merging with Earth's healing processes as her life energy was absorbed by the massive restoration effort, her sacrifice enabling the return of fertility to barren lands, while her techniques continued advancing environmental healing capabilities. Avatar Breath's emergence among the air nomads came during the choking years, when volcanic eruptions and industrial emissions had filled the atmosphere with pollutants that made breathing difficult and dangerous, while creating climate changes that threatened agricultural systems and weather patterns that had remained stable for centuries. The scope of atmospheric contamination requiring intervention that could address both immediate air quality problems and long-term environmental damage that threatened civilization's survival. The airbending techniques that existed during Breath's childhood had been developed for personal mobility and weather influence rather than atmospheric purification, her teachers possessing advanced abilities for manipulating air currents and pressure systems but lacking systematic approaches to cleansing contaminated atmosphere while maintaining the delicate balance of gases and particles that supported life and climate stability across regional and global scales. Breath's first attempts at atmospheric purification involved using airbending to move contaminated air masses away from populated areas while bringing clean air from remote regions. Her initial efforts, teaching her that meaningful atmospheric healing required techniques that could actually cleanse polluted air, rather than simply relocating contamination to areas where it might cause different but equally serious environmental problems. The breakthrough that enabled Breath to develop effective atmospheric restoration came when she learned to combine airbending with avatar power that could manipulate air at molecular levels, separating harmful particles and gases from beneficial atmospheric components, while restoring natural balance and purity that enabled healthy breathing and normal climate patterns. Her techniques transcending normal elemental limitations to address contamination that conventional air filtration could never remove completely. The atmospheric cleaning techniques that Breath pioneered utilized controlled air currents that could concentrate pollutants for removal while distributing purified air throughout affected regions. Her methods, creating large-scale filtration systems that operated through spiritual energy rather than mechanical devices, while providing sustainable purification that could maintain air quality without requiring ongoing technological intervention or resource consumption. Breath's innovations in weather modification enabled her to create precipitation patterns that could wash atmospheric pollutants from the air, while providing beneficial rainfall for agriculture and water supplies. Her techniques, utilizing natural weather systems enhanced through avatar power to achieve environmental restoration, while maintaining climatic balance that supported both immediate purification needs and long-term ecological stability. The forest restoration projects that Breath conducted addressed atmospheric purification through enhanced plant growth that increased natural air cleaning capabilities, while creating carbon sequestration that helped restore atmospheric balance. Her techniques accelerating tree growth and forest development, while ensuring that vegetation could thrive despite contaminated growing conditions that would normally prevent successful reforestation efforts. Breath's establishment of atmospheric monitoring networks created comprehensive assessment capabilities that could track air quality changes while identifying pollution sources and atmospheric problems before they reached crisis levels. Her systems utilizing airbending sensors that could analyze atmospheric composition while coordinating responses that addressed contamination through targeted intervention rather than broad environmental manipulation. The respiratory healing programs that Breath developed addressed health problems caused by atmospheric contamination through therapeutic techniques that could repair lung damage, while improving breathing capacity for individuals whose health had been compromised by prolonged exposure to polluted air. Her medical innovations combining airbending healing with conventional treatment to provide comprehensive care for contamination-related illness. The industrial emission control that Breath implemented created techniques for capturing and processing industrial pollutants before they could enter the atmosphere. Her methods, enabling continued economic activity while preventing new contamination through emission control systems that utilized airbending to contain and neutralize harmful gases and particles at their sources. Breath's development of urban air quality management created comprehensive approaches to maintaining healthy breathing conditions in populated areas, while addressing the concentrated pollution sources that characterize cities and industrial centers. Her techniques, providing immediate relief while establishing long-term environmental management that could maintain air quality despite continued economic development and population growth. The agricultural air quality enhancement that Breath provided enabled farming communities to maintain crop production despite atmospheric contamination, while protecting agricultural workers from exposure to harmful pollutants. her techniques creating localized clean air zones that supported both human health and plant growth while demonstrating how environmental restoration could serve both ecological and economic needs. The international atmospheric cooperation that Breath fostered created unprecedented coordination between nations for addressing air pollution that transcended political boundaries. Her diplomatic efforts, establishing protocols for sharing atmospheric monitoring data while coordinating purification efforts that required collective action to address contamination sources that affected multiple countries and regions. Breath's death during her 74-year came while she was attempting to cleanse atmospheric contamination from the largest volcanic eruption in recorded history, her consciousness merging with global air currents as her life energy was consumed by purification efforts that prevented worldwide atmospheric catastrophe, while ensuring that her techniques would remain available for future environmental crises. Avatar Renewal's emergence among the Fire Nation communities came during the era of drained souls, when exposure to dark spiritual forces and prolonged warfare had created conditions that depleted life energy from both individuals and entire populations. The spiritual exhaustion manifesting as loss of motivation, creativity, and hope, while creating vulnerability to further corruption and despair that threatened to create permanent decline in human vitality and cultural achievement. The firebending techniques that existed during Renewal's childhood had been developed primarily for external applications rather than internal healing, her teachers possessing advanced abilities for manipulating thermal energy and combustion, but lacking systematic understanding of how fire element could be used to restore spiritual vitality and life force that had been depleted through trauma, overwork, and exposure to corrupting influences that drained essential energy from consciousness and spiritual health. Renewal's first attempts at treating spiritual depletion involved experimenting with firebending techniques that could generate warmth and energy within patients' bodies. Her initial efforts teaching her that meaningful restoration of life force required understanding not only of thermal manipulation, but also of how spiritual energy flowed through consciousness and how avatar power could replenish depleted reserves through connection to cosmic sources of vitality. The breakthrough that enabled Renewal to develop effective life force restoration came when she learned to channel avatar state energy through firebending that could directly infuse depleted individuals with spiritual vitality. Her techniques utilizing cosmic fire that operated beyond normal elemental limitations to restore not only physical energy but also emotional resilience and creative inspiration that had been lost through exhaustion and spiritual damage. The life force restoration techniques that Renewal pioneered could address not only individual depletion but also collective spiritual exhaustion that affected entire communities. Her methods enabling mass healing ceremonies that could restore vitality to populations that had been drained by prolonged hardship, while creating renewed hope and motivation that enabled cultural and economic recovery from periods of decline, and stagnation. Renewal's innovations in spiritual energy diagnosis enabled her to identify and address different types of life force depletion, while developing specific treatments that addressed underlying causes rather than merely providing temporary relief. Her methods creating personalized restoration approaches that could rebuild spiritual health while preventing recurrence of depletion through lifestyle changes and ongoing spiritual practices. The creative restoration programs that Renewal established addressed artistic and intellectual stagnation that resulted from spiritual depletion, her techniques enabling recovery of inspiration and innovative thinking, while fostering cultural renaissance that demonstrated how spiritual healing could serve not only individual welfare, but also collective advancement and cultural achievement that elevated entire civilizations through renewed creativity and vision. The workplace vitality initiatives that Renewal developed addressed spiritual depletion that resulted from overwork and exploitative labor practices. Her methods enabling restoration of worker energy while establishing employment standards that prevented future depletion through sustainable work practices that balance productivity with spiritual health and individual well-being. Renewal's establishment of spiritual vitality monitoring systems created ongoing assessment capabilities that could identify individuals and communities at risk for life force depletion, while providing early intervention that prevented complete spiritual exhaustion. Her networks enabling preventive care that maintained spiritual health rather than merely treating depletion after it had already caused significant damage. The educational restoration that Renewal conducted addressed learning difficulties that resulted from spiritual depletion in academic settings. Her techniques, enabling students and teachers to recover intellectual energy while creating educational environments that fostered rather than depleted spiritual vitality, through approaches that balanced academic achievement with spiritual development and personal growth. The relationship healing that Renewal provided addressed spiritual depletion that resulted from dysfunctional personal and social connections. Her techniques enabling restoration of capacity for love and friendship, while healing emotional wounds that had created barriers to healthy relationships and community involvement that were essential for maintaining spiritual vitality and psychological health. Renewal's development of community vitality programs created comprehensive approaches to maintaining collective spiritual energy while addressing social conditions that caused widespread depletion. Her methods, fostering community resilience while establishing cultural practices and social policies that supported rather than depleted individual and collective life force. The spiritual resilience training that Renewal established taught individuals and communities techniques for maintaining life force during challenging periods while building capacity to resist spiritual depletion through adversity. Her educational programs creating knowledge and skills that enabled people to maintain vitality while contributing to collective spiritual health through mutual support and shared practices. Renewal's death during her 76th year was marked by a final massive restoration effort that replenished spiritual vitality throughout Fire Nation territory, while her consciousness merged with cosmic life force. Her sacrifice, ensuring that knowledge of spiritual restoration would continue advancing while her techniques remained available to address future crises that might threaten human vitality and cultural achievement. These healer avatars whose sacred mission encompassed restoration of everything that suffering had damaged established precedents for using cosmic power as instrument of renewal rather than conquest. Their innovations creating capabilities for addressing physical, environmental, and spiritual ailments that transcended individual treatment to encompass healing of entire civilizations, while demonstrating how avatar abilities could serve life-affirming purposes that elevated human potential and restored hope, even in circumstances that seemed beyond redemption. In the forgotten archives beneath the deepest temples and within crystalline formations that preserve memory beyond the reach of mortal time, there exist whispered fragments of avatars whose very existence has been erased from official histories, beings whose names were deliberately struck from records by forces that sought to eliminate all trace of incarnations, whose stories challenged accepted truths about the nature of cosmic responsibility and the price that ultimate power demanded from those who wielded it in service of a universe that often seemed indifferent to individual sacrifice and suffering. The unnamed avatar, whose earthbending mastery exceeded even Kyoshi's legendary abilities, emerged during the Century of Silence, when historical records themselves became weapons in political conflicts that sought to control not only present circumstances, but also past narratives that shaped cultural identity and national mythology. The systematic destruction of archives and monuments, creating gaps in avatar chronology that concealed incarnations whose achievements might have inspired resistance to authorities who preferred populations that remained ignorant of their own potential for transcendence and rebellion. The fragmentary evidence that suggests this avatar's existence includes geological formations that could only have been created through earthbending power that operated on continental scales, mountain ranges whose mineral composition and structural alignment indicate deliberate construction rather than natural formation, while underground networks of tunnels and chambers stretch across vast distances with precision that exceeds what conventional engineering could have achieved, even with unlimited resources and centuries of sustained effort by thousands of skilled workers. The legends that survived in oral traditions speak of figure who could cause earthquakes with thought alone, while raising islands from oceanic depths through mere gestures, earthbending abilities that transcended normal elemental limitations to encompass direct manipulation of planetary forces and geological processes that operated according to cosmic rather than merely terrestrial principles, power that enabled reshaping of continents and creation of land masses that supported civilizations whose achievements were later attributed to other sources when official histories were rewritten. The disappearance of this avatar from all written records coincides with a period of massive political upheaval when emerging Earth Kingdom authorities systematically eliminated references to individuals whose legendary abilities might challenge new governmental structures that depended upon popular acceptance of limitations and hierarchies that contradicted evidence of human potential for transcending conventional boundaries through spiritual development and elemental mastery that approached divine capabilities. The architectural mysteries that remain as testament to this forgotten avatar's existence include stone constructions that utilize building techniques and materials that exceeded what any recorded civilization possessed, structures whose precision and scale suggest not only advanced engineering knowledge, but also earthbending applications that could manipulate matter at molecular levels while creating buildings and monuments that have survived natural disasters and human destruction that obliterated everything else from corresponding historical periods. The cultural impact that this unnamed avatar apparently achieved is suggested by religious and philosophical traditions that emerged during the period of their supposed existence, spiritual movements that emphasized individual potential for achieving cosmic consciousness, while developing elemental abilities that transcended normal limitations through dedication and proper understanding of universal principles that connected personal development to planetary and cosmic forces that operated beyond ordinary human comprehension and experience. The systematic erasure that eliminated this avatar from historical consciousness required resources and coordination that suggests state-sponsored effort to control collective memory while preventing future generations from learning about incarnations whose achievements might inspire dangerous questions about authority and social structures that depended upon general acceptance of human limitations and the necessity of hierarchical organization for maintaining order and stability in societies that might otherwise fragment into chaos. The avatar, whose waterbending innovations revolutionized healing and agriculture during the lost decades, represents another casualty of deliberate historical amnesia. Their techniques apparently so advanced that knowledge of their existence was suppressed to prevent medical and agricultural practices that might have eliminated scarcity and suffering that served essential functions in maintaining social, control, and economic systems that depended upon inequality and desperation for their continued operation and stability. The healing methods that fragmentary sources attribute to this forgotten avatar combined water bending with spiritual energy in ways that could regenerate lost limbs and organs while reversing aging processes and genetic damage that conventional medicine considered permanent and incurable. Therapeutic applications that approached miraculous capabilities while remaining grounded in systematic understanding of how consciousness and life force could be manipulated through elemental techniques enhanced by avatar power and cosmic wisdom. The agricultural innovations that this unnamed avatar apparently developed enabled crop yields that could support populations far exceeding what available land should have sustained, while creating farming techniques that enriched rather than depleted soil through methods that worked with rather than against natural ecological processes. Sustainable practices that eliminated hunger and malnutrition, while demonstrating how human civilization could achieve abundance without environmental destruction or resource competition. The suppression of knowledge about this avatar's achievements coincides with a period when emerging political and economic structures began depending upon scarcity and medical limitations to maintain systems of control that required popular acceptance of suffering and death as inevitable aspects of human existence, rather than problems that could be solved through proper application of spiritual wisdom and elemental mastery that transcended conventional understanding of natural law. The traces that remain of this avatar's influence include medical traditions that preserved fragments of advanced healing techniques, while agricultural practices retained elements of sustainable farming methods that demonstrated unusual effectiveness. Despite lack of theoretical understanding about principles that made such approaches successful, scattered knowledge that suggested systematic development of applications that exceeded what individual innovation could have achieved without cosmic guidance. The fire-bending avatar, whose name was erased following their development of techniques that could create and control nuclear fusion, represents perhaps the most thoroughly eliminated incarnation. Their achievements apparently so dangerous to existing power structures that even rumors of their existence were suppressed through methods that included assassination of scholars and destruction of entire libraries that might have contained references to innovations that could have transformed civilization beyond recognition. The energy generation capabilities that fragmentary evidence suggests this avatar achieved included controlled fusion reactions that provided unlimited clean power, while enabling manufacturing processes that could create any material, device through atomic manipulation, technological applications that would have eliminated resource scarcity, while providing individuals and communities with capabilities that exceeded what entire nations could achieve through conventional means and organized effort. The weapons applications that this avatar's fusion techniques apparently enabled included devices that could level mountains, while creating explosive yields that exceeded anything conventional military technology could achieve, destructive capabilities that threatened to eliminate warfare through making conflict so devastatingly costly that rational leaders would prefer negotiation and cooperation to military solutions that might result in complete annihilation of both attackers and defenders. The suppression of this avatar's legacy required not only elimination of written records, but also systematic hunting and elimination of anyone who might have possessed knowledge of fusion techniques. Persecution that extended across multiple generations, while creating an atmosphere of terror that prevented transmission of dangerous knowledge through oral traditions or secret societies that might have preserved revolutionary capabilities for future application. The airbending avatar, whose transcendental abilities enabled permanent merger with atmospheric consciousness, represents incarnation, whose existence challenges fundamental assumptions about individual identity and the boundaries between human awareness and universal forces, their story apparently suppressed because acknowledgement of such transcendence might encourage spiritual practices that could result in mass exodus from conventional reality into cosmic consciousness that transcended earthly concerns, social obligations. The atmospheric merger that this forgotten avatar achieved apparently occurred during prolonged meditation that gradually dissolved barriers between individual consciousness and planetary air systems, their awareness expanding to encompass global weather patterns while maintaining enough coherence to influence atmospheric conditions through direct spiritual connection rather than conventional airbending techniques that required individual will and focused intention. The weather control capabilities that resulted from this consciousness merger enabled global climate manipulation that could prevent natural disasters while ensuring optimal conditions for agriculture and human activities across entire continents. Atmospheric influence that transcended normal avatar abilities to encompass direct participation in planetary consciousness that operated according to principles beyond individual understanding or control. The philosophical implications that this avatar's transcendence created challenged religious and political authorities whose doctrines depended upon maintaining clear distinctions between human and divine consciousness while preventing general recognition that spiritual development could enable individuals to transcend normal limitations and achieve capabilities that approached cosmic awareness and universal influence through systematic cultivation of elemental and spiritual abilities. The child avatar, whose premature death prevented full development of unprecedented abilities, represents tragedy that was apparently suppressed to conceal evidence that avatar reincarnation could occur in beings too young to defend themselves against enemies who recognized dangerous potential before it could mature into threatening capabilities. Infanticide that violated every principle of civilization, while demonstrating lengths to which threatened authorities would go to preserve existing power structures. The abilities that manifested during this child's brief existence apparently included simultaneous mastery of all four elements from birth, while displaying avatar state capabilities that exceeded what adult incarnations achieved. Through lifetimes of training and spiritual development, precocious development that suggested avatar consciousness could bypass normal learning processes when circumstances required immediate access to cosmic power and universal wisdom. The assassination that ended this child's existence apparently involved not only physical murder but also spiritual techniques designed to prevent normal reincarnation by fragmenting avatar consciousness in ways that might have permanently damaged the cycle if subsequent incarnations had not possessed sufficient power to restore continuity and coherence to cosmic awareness that transcended individual identity while maintaining essential connection to earthly responsibilities. The cultures whose complete disappearance coincided with avatar incarnations among their populations represent civilizations that were apparently eliminated to prevent development of societies whose spiritual and technological achievements might have demonstrated alternatives to conventional political and economic organization. Genocides that erased not only people, but also knowledge and practices that could have influenced human development in directions that threatened existing international order. The island civilizations that vanished during avatar incarnations apparently achieved levels of spiritual and material development that exceeded contemporary mainland cultures through isolation that enabled undisturbed experimentation with avatar guidance. Their achievements including architectural and engineering marvels that utilized elemental bending in ways that transcended normal applications, while creating societies that balanced individual freedom with collective welfare through methods that mainstream civilizations could not or would not adopt. The mountain peoples, whose systematic extermination coincided with avatar births among their populations, apparently developed airbending techniques and spiritual practices that enabled entire communities to achieve transcendental consciousness while maintaining practical civilization that served both earthly needs and cosmic purposes, their elimination preventing spread of methods that might have enabled mass spiritual development that could have transformed human civilization beyond control by conventional authorities. The nomadic confederations that disappeared during periods when avatars emerged among their scattered tribes apparently achieved unprecedented coordination and cooperation through spiritual networks that transcended normal communication limitations while creating societies that could adapt to any environment or challenge through collective wisdom and shared elemental abilities, their destruction preventing development of organizational models that could have revolutionized human social and political development. The spiritual presence that sensitive individuals report encountering during deep avatar state meditation includes unnamed consciousnesses that provide guidance and wisdom without revealing their historical identities, anonymous teachers whose knowledge exceeds what recorded avatar incarnations achieved, while offering insights that suggest experiences and achievements that official histories never acknowledged or preserved through conventional documentation. The collective wisdom that accumulates within avatar consciousness includes contributions from forgotten incarnations, whose individual achievements were erased, but whose essential understanding became part of eternal knowledge that transcends historical documentation, unnamed sources of insight that influence avatar decision-making, while remaining invisible to observers who lack access to cosmic awareness that encompasses all incarnations regardless of historical recognition. The archaeological mysteries that suggest avatar involvement include constructions and artifacts that exceed what recorded civilizations could have achieved, while displaying characteristics that indicate elemental manipulation and spiritual enhancement, physical evidence of forgotten incarnations, whose achievements survived, destruction of written records, while providing glimpses of capabilities and knowledge that surpassed anything officially documented. The genetic anomalies found in populations from regions where forgotten avatars apparently lived include unusual combinations of physical and spiritual traits that suggest avatar influence on human development through intermarriage and cultural transmission, biological evidence of incarnations whose existence was denied, but whose impact on human evolution and capability development persisted through hereditary transmission across generations. The advanced techniques that emerge spontaneously in various bending traditions without clear historical development suggest knowledge transmission from forgotten avatars, whose innovations were preserved through oral tradition and practical application, while their creators were eliminated from official recognition. Anonymous contributions to human capability that transcended attempts at suppression and historical erasure. The dreams and visions reported by contemporary avatars during avatar state experiences include encounters with unnamed predecessors who provide guidance and instruction that exceeds what recorded incarnations could offer, spiritual contact with forgotten consciousness that remains available through cosmic awareness, despite elimination from earthly recognition and historical documentation. The protection that surrounds knowledge of these forgotten avatars includes spiritual safeguards that prevent detailed investigation, while ensuring that essential wisdom remains available to worthy seekers. Metaphysical barriers that preserve dangerous or revolutionary information, while preventing premature disclosure that might trigger renewed suppression efforts by authorities who prefer populations that remain ignorant of human potential. The hope that these unnamed avatars represent lies in their demonstration that cosmic consciousness transcends historical recognition while ensuring that essential achievements and wisdom cannot be permanently destroyed through political suppression or cultural amnesia. Eternal preservation of human potential that survives attempts at control while remaining available for future incarnations who possess adequate spiritual development and moral worthiness to access forgotten knowledge and apply it for universal benefit. In the spaces between official histories and the silence that surrounds deliberately erased achievements, these forgotten avatars continue their cosmic service through anonymous influence and spiritual presence that transcends individual recognition while contributing to an eternal cycle of growth and development that connects all consciousness across time and space in service of universal balance and evolutionary advancement that exceeds human understanding while serving purposes that justify sacrifice of personal recognition for greater good. And so the great wheel turns, carrying forward the accumulated wisdom of 10,000 years and countless souls who bore the sacred burden of balance. These forgotten avatars live on not in stone monuments or written chronicles, but in the very essence of what it means to bridge worlds. Their unnamed sacrifices echo in every moment when Aang chose compassion over vengeance, when Korra stood firm against chaos, when every avatar throughout history found the strength to choose what was right over what was easy. In the quiet spaces between waking and sleeping, their whispers continue voices of teachers and warriors, builders and healers, those who succeeded gloriously and those who failed with dignity. They remind us that heroism is not about being remembered, but about serving something greater than oneself. As you drift toward dreams, know that you too are part of this eternal cycle of growth and learning, of making mistakes and finding redemption, of leaving the world a little better than you found it. The Avatar spirit lives not just in chosen ones, but in every soul that chooses to build bridges rather than walls, to heal rather than harm, to remember that all life is sacred and interconnected. Rest well, knowing the cycle continues, eternal and unbroken.